Good evening and welcome my member of scrutiny, public and officer. My name is Councillor Khalik Malik and I am the chair of Overview Scrutiny Committee. First of all, I'm sorry that we are starting a bit late due to the IT and connection problem. My apology for that. I would like to welcome you all to the special meeting of the committee to address the call-in of Affordable Housing Committee decision of 23rd December 2021. I would like to welcome members of the public who are watching online. As chair, I will be running the meeting and inviting people to speak. I will ask each member of the officer to speak in turn at the appropriate stage. If a member does have an urgent reason to interject, for example, raise a point with the chair, please do so by turning on your microphone or typing in the message box. The exception to this will be the committee scrutiny or ICT officer who may turn on their microphone to alert me to any procedure or scrutiny issue. The etiquette for the member of the committee and for officer who are expecting to speak will be to mute your microphone until you are asked to speak. I will also I will ask members to always say who they are when they make a contribution and to speak slowly and clearly. I would like to introduce each of member here tonight. My name is Councillor Khalik Malik and I am the chair of Overview Scrutiny Committee and the ward councillor for Cranford Ward. Can I ask members to introduce yourself once I will mention their name alphabetically. Probably Councillor Joanna Bidoff, please. Can you introduce yourself?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm Councillor Joanna Bidoff. I'm a member of the Scrutiny Committee and I represent Turnham Green Ward.
Can I invite Councillor Banna Chopra to introduce herself, please?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Banna Chopra. I'm a councillor for Hounslow West and a member of the Overview Scrutiny Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I invite Councillor Richard Eason to introduce himself, please?
Good evening. I'm Councillor Richard Eason. I'm vice chair of this committee and I represent the Osterley and Spring Grove ward.
Thank you. I'm not too sure Councillor George is here or not. If she is here, can I invite Councillor Adriana George to introduce herself, please? Okay. Can I invite Councillor Vikram Girwal to introduce himself, please?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Councillor Vikram Garwal. I'm a member of this committee and represent Hounslow Heath Ward.
If Councillor Afzal Kiani is here, can I ask him to introduce himself, please? Okay. Can I invite Councillor Ron Mashisa to introduce himself, please?
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Ron Mashisa, representing the Turnham Green Ward in Chiswick and a member of the Overview Scrutiny panel.
Thank you. Lastly, can I invite Councillor Kuldeep Thak to introduce himself, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'm Councillor Kuldeep Thak, Ward Councillor for Feltham North. I'm a member of Overview and Scrutiny Committee.
Thank you very much. Please, can I also ask the lead call-in member and cabinet member to introduce themselves, please? Councillor Unsa Chaudhry, please.
Hello, I'm Councillor Unsa Chaudhry and I represent Osterley and Spring Grove Ward.
Thank you. Can I invite Councillor Steve Curran to introduce himself, please?
Thanks, Chair. Councillor Steve Curran. Leader of the Council, Councillor for Zion Ward, and Lead Member for Planning and Regeneration.
Thank you very much. We also have the officer.
Sorry, Chair, could I just say Councillor Rajawat is on the call as well?
My apology. Yes, can I invite Councillor Shantanu Rajwat to introduce himself, please? Sorry. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, I'm Councillor Shantanu Rajawat, Councillor in Heston West Ward and Cabinet Member for Finance and Corporate Services. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Apology for missing you at all. We also have the officers who will be supporting the meeting present, including Peter Matthew, Mandy Skinner, Jessica Former, Stephen Dorian, Paul Prober, Taru Jarozinski, and Marian Majujano. We also have officer acting in a producing role for the technical side of the meeting. I will remind you that the agenda for all the report relating to call-in of the AHC decision can be found on the council website under the Overview Scrutiny Committee meeting. Committee meeting. The call-in pertain to decision that the Affordable Housing Committee approved for the following purchase scheme to be included within the approved council housing building program. So item number 1 is which is the 50 homes from Network Homes in Ferngrove, Feltham. Number 2, 55 homes from Barrett Homes at High Street Quarter, Hounslow. 3, 164 homes from Berkeley Homes, St. Edwards at the home base site in Zion, Brentford. Because we have a bit short of time, I just want to skip the whole, which is the prior of the meeting, going straight to the agenda. Item number 2, and then we will continue with the rest of the meeting. Apology. So agenda item number 2, which is the apologies for absence and declaration of interest. Following legal advice, we have asked those, councillor who are signatory to the call-in to recuse themselves. The apply to Councillor Kamal Chaudhary. Please note in the documentation provided, Councillor Easton, George and Chopra are noted as a signatory of the call-in. They have withdrawn their signatory from the call-in. Please, can I invite OSC members to declare their any interest? Before that, is there any apology at all? All right. No?
Chair, could I say, do I see Councillor George now in the meeting?
We will give few minutes. Probably she may have struggling to log in for this meeting, and then we'll take it from there. So,
Chair, she did put a message in the chat saying I'm trying to join, so she's obviously having some problems.
Yeah. Can I please can I invite the OSC member to declare their any interest?
Chair, one of the site mentioned is in the ward I represent.
Thank you. Anybody else, please?
Chair, it's Councillor Richard Easton. One of the sites, the Buckley Home St Edwards site, is in the Osterley Spring Grove ward that I represent.
Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you. Can I go to the agenda item number 3? I will ask the members leading the call-in, Councillor Chaudhry, to set out the reasons for the call-in and state the outcome they are seeking if this is known. Can I invite Councillor Untitled Chaudhry to come up and speak, please?
Just before I do that, Chair, you've got a couple of members who haven't joined yet. So I don't know if you want to give them some support in terms of joining.
Chair, if I might, it's Jessica. Councillor George has put in the chat that she can hear us, but
okay,
she can't. I think she must be sent the public view.
I haven't seen anything so far, but if that is the case, then she is connected, I believe.
Well, it's going to be difficult for her to take part in the meeting, isn't it, to ask questions, etc. I wonder if is there a technical person on the call that could help Councillor George?
I think she may have just joined
She is
now.
here. I think she's connected.
She is connected.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor
Good
George.
evening, everyone. Apologies. It's a technical problem with the computer. I had to restart it, and I had not a button to join the meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well done. Is there anybody else who's missing at all?
Councillor Kiani here, Chair.
Is he here or not?
Councillor, through you, the Chair, I have sent Councillor Kiani the online information several times to both email addresses, and there's a telephone number for him to call in. So I'll just keep trying to email that to him.
Thank you. So may I invite Councillor Untitled Chaudhry to set out her reason? Thank you. Councillor Chaudhry, can you please unmute and speak?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Thank you.
So firstly, thanks, Chair, for allowing me to speak to you and the Overview and Scrutiny Committee today. I've had to call in this decision made by the Affordable Housing Committee on the recommendation of the member reporting, the leader of the council, Councillor Steve Curran. And although I welcome some of what's mentioned, such as creating social housing, I've called in this report on 5 out of 7 grounds that are listed for call-ins. To add, I have to say I've been rather disappointed by the process of sharing information without much notice. For example, Chair, I received an updated document from the service about an hour ago. This doesn't give me any time to read and process the information, and that information in itself is over 3 months old. And the service, they had shared the wrong information, and that was less than 24 hours ago. Conversely, I've shared the questions that I have with the leader member with plenty of time to prepare, and so I'm hoping that I will receive full answers and full responses to my questions. I'd like to draw your attention, committee, to the fact that the report is of a significant value at 81.9 million. The report, the AHC committee report, states that at 5.6, how significant this sum is. And it begs the question, why was this report not treated as such? To not include this in the forward plan, to me, is unconstitutional. The council says the forward plan sets out key decisions. Key decisions are described as spending or savings over 250k. This is 81.9 million. This is significantly more. And it's something that will have a significant impact on the community. So in the document that was first shared with me, it said that they had 74.5 million approved HRA, which is less than 81.9 million. And in the report that was shared later, the financial team has said that they want to understand the detail. And that's something that I question as well. Where is the detail behind this? They are distinctly lacking in detail. And that's something that I would like. I would like this to be reviewed. I want it to be re-examined. I want the detail to be provided, especially in light of the green recovery policies, something that Hounslow Council say we are really supportive of. And I would like any scheme that does not have planning permission to be removed. So let me move over to the questions that I have. So they say bulk purchase initiative. why were these 3 sites chosen compared to others that were already in the pipeline? Can you provide similar details of similar initiatives in Hounslow Borough? What the current status is, how many are occupied, and by what type of tenure? And this is relevant because it mentions the tenure and the type in the documents that the committee have sent. What other developers in the borough have been approached? Why have these 3 been pursued? And please explain why the other sites were taken out. Please provide an audit trail and include documents recording steps made in the decision-making process. I would like to see reports and minutes of the Economic Recovery and Regeneration Task Force. The document that I received an hour ago was from the August one, and does this tell me that they haven't met since? And I received some minutes from the September 2020 board, but as we know, a lot has changed since then. So has that been taken into account? Please provide a record of the Chief Officer in consultation delegation decisions. Describe how the report author's draft was checked for accuracy and adherence to the decision-making process. Again, the comment by the finance team alludes to the fact that this perhaps wasn't done. Please describe the training given to the officers at all levels who are responsible for making decisions based on such a significant sum. Please explain why protocol for describing the exact ward locations was not adhered to and followed correctly. For example, home base was called Zion Lane Isworth, should have been called Home Base Zion Lane Isworth. However, it was addressed as being part of Zion Ward. And yes, it is next to Zion Ward, but it is actually in Austin Spring Grove Ward, and it does also have an impact on Brentford Ward. For each of the 3 schemes, I would like to see analysis of why so few family-sized properties are being sought. We have heard many times that we need big houses I say big houses, we need houses that can accommodate larger families, but we are not providing that in these ones that have been selected, especially as the statement in the document says that it's going to be the bulk of our medium-term properties in Hounslow Council. We need to ensure that our medium-term properties are significantly supportive of our communities, which at the moment, these aren't. Are these properties affordable? It says that they are going to be affordable, and it mentions social housing, but what is the criteria for affordability? They say young people are the target and at-risk group in Hounslow. So how are we going to ensure that our young people can actually move into one of these properties? If the purchases are not affordable, please explain how that element will be configured. What rent levels are we anticipating, and how are these to be described? What would the council be paying for the purchase of each type of property? Please describe how the prices currently being considered compare with those that are pre-pandemic. I've also asked if they can describe how the proposals will be funded. Where within the proposed developments will each of these properties be situated? To what extent will the council bought properties match the specification of the open market sale units? Please can you show me how Hounslow Council is able to value each currently, which is incomplete, some of which are not even at the planning stage, units? On what basis are these being valued? And what are the advantages of making a commitment to purchase now as opposed to once the development is complete? They said in the document about having achieved the housing market, housing promises by 2020. We have passed that now, so I'm not really sure how this supports that. Could the council purchase? Should the council purchase? Oh, what's going on there? Is that somebody who needs to be muted?
Sorry, can I ask members to mute your microphone, please, and let Councillor Chaudhry to speak? Thank you.
Okay. So I was saying that should the council purchase these, what would its future financial and service liabilities be, and for how long? So we have a purchase cost, but what are the on costs? Do we know that? Has that been listed? Has that been thought about? Can we sustain that? Describe how each purchase lot will comply with the council's environmental and climate change policies. Again, this is something that I'm really passionate about and feel that we need to ensure that anything that we build or approve in Hounslow adheres to these. And what would the council's carbon offset commitment for each development be? So that is quite a long list of questions. And as I said, it was shared in advance over a week ago actually. So there should be plenty of time for these to have been considered and for a response to be provided. Just to finish on, I would like to restate the fact that I would like the proposal to be re-examined. I would like any scheme that has not been approved, planning permission approved, to be removed. And I would like to see the detail that sits behind these decisions, because the detail is lacking. And I'm sure most of you know that this was published on the 23rd of December, so that's 2 days before Christmas. Again, that doesn't, to me, that does not represent transparency, and it does not show how a council should be consulting and meeting and speaking with their residents, or indeed with their local ward councillors. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chowdhury.
Hey, Chair, can I just tell you that I'm on, now? So
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Kiani. I can see that.
My computer was a bit playing,
Understandable. Understand. Thank you. Can I?
Chair, might I say something, Chair? It's Jessica here. Yeah. So the point of the call-in is to make out the grounds for call-in, and we've got 5 grounds here before us, and a lot of what we just heard there. I'm unclear which of those grounds that those questions go to. So the time for the lead call-in member should be spent making out the grounds to say, number 1, there was inadequate consultation because of, and for the lead call-in member to give you those facts. And could I just also, on a factual point, I did check about the forward plan and this with Thomas, and this was on the forward plan, and I can send you his email if that's helpful.
Please. Thank you. Thank you, Jessica. Very helpful. Can I invite Councillor Karan, please? Would you respond to the issue raised by Councillor Chowdhury, which may include any suggested resolutions for the committee to consider? Thank you, Councillor Karan, please.
Thanks, Chair. There was a considerable number of questions, and I accept we've had those in advance. What I would ask you through you as Chair was, I'm not exactly sure which questions are relevant to the decision. We might need legal advice on that, because there was at least, I don't know, 25, 30 questions. Things like training of officers. If the question is, have officers are suitably qualified, the answer is yes, but I'm not sure that's what really Councillor Chowdhury wanted to hear. So I'm a bit bereft of how can I answer 25, 30 questions when I don't know if they're relevant to the decision. Some may be, some clearly are not. So I'll take your advice.
Councillor Karan, I'm not legal expert on that, but I will take Jessica's advice on that, and then probably I will suggest that you may answer all which are relevant to all the 5 things we need to consider. Probably Jessica may help on that, which are relevant question, and if you feel that to answer other question, it's down to yourself, but I will take advice from Jessica before we invite you again to speak.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jessica. Would you mind to assist on that, please?
Yes, I don't know if somebody could send me the questions, but I've made notes as I listened. So
can I ask Tharu to forward all these questions to Jessica to see quickly. But anyway, OSC will consider all these things which Councillor Cannon has raised and will take into account. But Taru, would you mind to email Jessica to have a look on that, and we will take your advice. Thank you.
Yes, I will.
From memory, I mean the training one, I don't see how that is relevant to the decision. The decision that's been called in is to purchase a number of properties, and the question about delegated authority, what's the evidence about that? Well, obviously, recommendation 4, which was to delegate authority to the executive director, has not been because it's been called in, then that can't be implemented, so that decision has not been made. So that was one, from my memory, that was one of the questions. And the questions about are they affordable or not is not a question for this decision. This decision is about purchasing the properties. It's not about how we're going to go forward and use them. And this decision is certainly not about it's not about the planning decisions, and the fact that, I mean, it's very common for councils and other organisations to purchase properties subject to planning permission on the basis that they may or may not get, and they have agreements that are subject to planning permission. So if it doesn't get planning permission, they're not bound by that agreement, and that is very, very common. Sorry, Tara's just sent the questions. Okay, so question 1 is about bulk purchase initiative. Why did we choose these sites? So that may be relevant. Similar initiatives, I don't think that is relevant, because this is what's before the Affordable Housing Committee. What other developers in the borough have been approached? Well, that, unless that's detailed in the report, which I don't know that it is, really the committee should be focusing on the information within this report and thinking to themselves, was that enough information for the committee to make the decision on? An audit trail about documents, recording steps, making decisions when making a process to date. I don't really see that that's relevant, because this is the document upon which that committee made that decision. So this was what was before them.
Sorry, could I, Chair, just raise the fact that that is the point, that we don't have that detail, and that is one of the reasons, because the papers that were issued do not contain that detail. Those papers are not sufficient enough to have made their decision on. That's the whole point. So this list of questions states the fact that that information was not readily available. So how could these decisions be made?
Can I, Jessica? Thank you for that. Can I?
Chair, could I just come in to be of assistance to you, if that's helpful?
Yeah.
Yes. Obviously, we do want to have the conversation and the discussion tonight. I don't want to stop that. These are important matters that need to be aired. So what I would propose is we've got the list of questions. Some may be relevant, some may be not, and you've heard examples of that from the legal officer. So what I would propose is that Peter Matthew runs through those questions and then gives a short reply, if necessary, to those questions, and then we can hopefully come to agreement which ones are relevant and which aren't, and then we can come to, hopefully the committee and you can come to a decision which ones we're really going to discuss.
So thank you, Steve. Can I ask Councillor Chaudhry to reconsider based on what Jessica has indicated and what Councillor Curran has indicated? Would you reconsider your question, what you have put forward, at all, please?
I wouldn't, because I gave a lot of notice to them, so they could have done this conversation 7 days ago. Peter Matthew was copied into the questions that I sent, and if Councillor Steve Curran wanted to get legal advice, he should have sought that at the time.
Yeah.
That's why I sent them in advance of this meeting, so that in this meeting we don't have to go through this process. That's the reason why you send information in advance, Chair, and that is what I did. So I expected that to have been looked at and responded to. The fact that I was given information an hour before this meeting to read and digest and respond to clearly shows that this is not an appropriate action, is it?
Thank you, Councillor Chaudhary. Councillor Curran, before I come back to you, Councillor Mashiso, do you have any comments to say?
Yes, as an observant member and panel member, from hearing the evidence from Councillor Chaudhary and looking at the notes that we have in front of us, she has covered those 4 points within the detail of her response. So I almost don't mind how far she goes with that, but I think every single point still alludes back to the call-in procedure. So yes, she can go on to further details on that, but the evidence is there in front of us as to whether these 4 points have been met. So I don't believe that she has done anything wrong here. I think she should, well within her right, to expand on what's already here on our pieces of paper.
Thank you, Councillor Mashiso. Councillor Bedoff, if you have any quick question, please, and then I will come back to Councillor Curran.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't raising my hand to speak. I was indicating there were 5 points, not 4.
Sorry. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So, Councillor Curran, what you are suggesting?
Well, I'm not. I asked you to seek legal advice. I wasn't asking for legal advice. It's what's relevant. And what Councillor Mashiso has done is just ignored the legal advice. So that's entirely up to him. He could be, a lawyer. I don't know. But I think we should take the legal advice. It's up to you and it's up to the committee. That's why we employ lawyers.
Thank you.
As I say, I'm more than happy for Peter Matthew to run through the questions and give a brief answer to them. And then ones which are more relevant, we'll put it that way, more relevant, we could go into more detail.
Thank you,
if that's helpful.
Thank you, Councillor Curran. Very helpful. Councillor Chaudhary, can I ask you, when did you send that to Peter Matthew?
Well, I sent the email on the 20th of January, so that's 7 days ago. And that was a day after the informal meeting. At the informal meeting, it was agreed what documents would be shared and by whom. I held my end of the bargain up by showing my questions, but I didn't receive, as I said, the documents that I was supposed to receive until, well, an hour ago.
Okay. And
Chair, can I just come in there, because it's not quite accurate what Councillor Chaudhary said. What we received, because she wasn't at the informal, she couldn't make it. What we did receive after the informal meeting was a list of 20 questions, 30 questions rather, basically. And all the other information, the reports are all available on the council website. So, but as I say, we're more than happy for Peter Matthews to give a quick answer to most questions and more in-depth ones that people would like to have a deeper dive on.
Sorry, just a point of clarification.
More than happy to go through the 30 questions.
There, Chair.
Yes.
I received an email from one of the scrutiny officers following that call to state what would happen. And in that email, it did say that these documents would be provided and asked me to provide the document that I did provide. So I'm not sure Councillor Curran is quite right in what he just said.
Thank you, Councillor.
But my offer still stands, Chair.
And I would like to take the offer for a response from Councillor Curran as the lead member for bringing in, he's the one who presented this paper and I'm the one who called in the paper. So I've presented my argument and I would like him to present why and respond to my questions, basically. That's how the process seems to work.
Can I, Councillor Curran, before I invite you, can I take quick further clarification and legal advice from Jessica, and then I'll come back to you I'll put forward to before committee to consider. Before I ask Councillor Jessica to carry forward and consider further, can I invite Councillor George to say something, and I'll come back to you.
Yes, good evening to everyone, and thank you to all that participate here today and to all the officers for their hard work. To me, it's just like we're going round in a circle. You have been presented this matter more than a week ago, and then there's a call-in decision, you know, call in to find out and to justify. And as Ms. Farmer said, you know, we're looking for justification. If these documents that can be provided and everyone is happy with it, we don't need to go round and round. So if things been prepared, or they should have been prepared more and more transparency, then it's great. Thank you.
So thank you. Jessica, can you please take us through very quickly, and then because Councillor Karan is the decision maker, I would expect whatever he can answer those questions, and please he should, and then we will take Peter Matthew into it. So, please, Jessica.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to remind the committee that for scrutiny, there are two types of scrutiny meetings. There's pre-decision scrutiny work, where you gather lots of information and evidence which help inform decisions, and that's the type of might be where you're looking at lots of different documents. This is a call-in of a particular decision. So the relevant documents for this call-in are the Affordable Housing Committee report of the 23rd of December, the minutes, and any background document or any appendices to that report. And the only background document mentioned in this is the HRA Business Plan 2020. So you are scrutinising a decision that has already been made, and you are not, you know, should not be looking necessarily at other. You're not scrutinising other decisions. You're just looking at this one decision, and the lead call-in member, her position is if she's got 5 grounds of call-in, and is to make them out to say, ground number 1, inadequate consultation. I don't think there was adequate consultation for the following reasons. Inadequate evidence. I don't think there was inadequate evidence because the committee didn't refer to X, Y, and Z. That's not really about asking a lot of questions, if you see what I mean. It's for the lead call-in member to be giving evidence about why they think their grounds are made out, if that assists you.
Thank you, Jessica, very helpful. Of course, the committee will consider what you are suggesting. My understanding is that the decision maker was Councillor Karan. So I would suggest whatever Councillor Karan, the question was put forward by Councillor Chowdhury. Whatever you can respond, please respond, and we will then, if we need to, we'll bring Peter Matthew at all if possible, if that it's okay.
Thanks, Chair. I think it would be helpful if we invited Peter Matthews in now to go through these questions, because I'm lost about what's relevant and what isn't. There's so many of them, okay, wide and varied. We've already had the legal advice now, so I'm pretty clear on that. So if Peter just runs through the questions, and then we, as I say, we could come back and go a bit a deeper dive where there's some.
You're muted, Councillor Karan. I couldn't hear.
So what I was just saying that I think it'd be quicker and easier now, because at the time we've spent nearly an hour doing this, so it would be easier and quicker. I think if Peter ran through the questions as quickly as possible, and then we deep dive on the ones which are relevant to the calling as advised by the legal officer.
Appreciate that, Councillor Karan. I would suggest whatever you can answer.
No, I'm saying, I'm telling you, I'm inviting Peter Matthews as the Associate Director to give the answers to the questions which are relevant to the calling. That's my answer to you.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Who was decision maker, Councillor Karan?
What?
Sorry, you are muted.
the committee was, but I'm entitled, as under the Constitution and under the guidance for the OCS, is to seek support from senior officers.
Sorry, you are muted, Councillor Karan.
Sorry, I'm asking.
You are muted again, Councillor Karan. You are.
I'm asking for Peter. I'm asking for Peter Matthews to run through the questions which are relevant to the call-in.
Thank you. Can I ask you who made the decision what the call-in before us? So
I've already given you my answer, and I am saying I am asking for Peter Matthews to give you the answer to the questions that are relevant to the call-in.
So why we are in?
Sorry,
there are 30 odd questions.
Okay, if it helps.
Sorry, can
sorry.
I ask? I suggested for your convenience, all those questions. We will invite Peter as well. I will appreciate that whatever you can answer, and then if anything left over, and you think that Peter need to be invited to answer, we will invite Peter as well. If
Okay.
That's okay.
Well, can someone read out the questions one by one then?
So first question, Councillor Karan, is explain bulk purchase initiative. Why specifically choose these sites as opposed to others already approved and in the pipeline?
Thank you. Peter, could you respond on my behalf?
So, Chair, am I to come in?
I requested Councillor Karan to answer, but if he suggested yourself, it's up to Councillor Karan whether he wants you to answer.
I just asked you, Chair, could Peter Matthews come in?
That's what I said, Councillor Karan.
Yeah, well, I've asked
Chair, Chair, can I come in there?
Sorry. Yes, Councillor Mashisa, before.
Yes, I've been led to believe that scrutiny is supposed to be a member-to-member exercise. So therefore, it's good that we have Peter Matthews as technical support for Councillor Karan. But from what I've been told, I'm sure Taru perhaps could explain, this should not be passed aside to Peter Matthews. This needs to be answered by the member. So it's member to member. This is what scrutiny is all about. It's not member to officer.
If I might assist you.
Apology. Sorry, can I, before Councillor Mashisa, thank you. And that's what, as a chair, I understand this is members to member, and that's what I was suggesting, that they responded what Councillor Chowdhury asked for. And if they're not relevant, or whether there are some relevant, whatever as a member, Councillor Karan can answer, that will be helpful. And if anything, then there is we need Peter Matthew. We will invite Peter to assist. And that's what I was suggesting.
Sorry to interrupt there, Chair, but I think this really backs up my points about being informed, because if the lead member is not able to respond to the questions I'm asking, it does beg the question, how informed was the decision making? And also the forward plan, which was mentioned, it wasn't on the forward plan for a clear 28 days. If it being on the forward plan is one thing, but being on there for the 28 days that's supposed to be on there for, that wasn't the case.
Chairman, if I might answer the question about the forward plan. So there is an urgency procedure for the forward plan, which is a legitimate procedure which was followed, and I can forward you the email from Thomas because I asked about that myself. But if I might just say that it is acceptable for the member, the lead member, to ask for assistance from officers if that's what he needs. That is acceptable. That is perfectly proper.
Jessica, absolutely right. You are absolutely, and I'm taking on board what Councillor Karan has suggested, and I'm taking on board what you are suggesting. What my question is, the scrutiny is about member, as Councillor Mashisa suggested, and I'm asking, and I'm Councillor Karan, because the scrutiny is about members to member, whatever Councillor Karan can answer, that would be really helpful. And if we need assistance from Peter Matthew, we will invite Peter Matthew to assist Councillor Karan and if needed to answer himself rather than Councillor Curran as a member.
Thank you, Chair. That's a very interesting interpretation. As a former Chair of Overview and Scrutiny, we certainly didn't interpret that way, because the whole point of scrutiny is to be a critical friend of the Council. It's not to be an inquisition. And what we should be doing is, are there any lessons to be learned? What are the benefits to the Council and to our residents? So I'm very happy to do that. So on the first question of bulk purchasing, yes, we normally do that. It's nothing unusual in there, and there are plenty of advantages doing it. May I ask Peter Matthews to give some further detail on that?
Thank you, Councillor Curran. Can I invite Peter briefly, please, answer to this question?
So just
or add what Councillor Curran has said, please.
Yeah. So just as a point of clarification, Chair, yes, we did receive the list of questions, but we responded to the agreement or the decision that was made at the call-in informal. And the decision that was made was that we will be asked to supply a list of relevant documents. Within the list of 25 questions, there is one request for documentation. We did supply that document, and I agree with Councillor.
Sorry, point of order there, Chair. There's more than one. In fact, I highlighted 5 documents that I requested, not just the one that is being mentioned now.
Is that okay, Peter? Can we? Can I? Sorry, she just suggested something. Peter, have you finished your answer?
No, sorry, I was cut off actually. To be honest, my line.
Sorry,
but
sorry, Peter.
I think the point I was going to make, Chair, is that I have looked at all the 25 items, and subject to legal advice, it is clear that many of the questions which are being asked are not necessarily relevant to the decision taken by the Affordable Housing Committee. Now, I am happy to actually attempt to answer those, but on the understanding that they are not relevant to the report that was presented to the Affordable Housing Committee. The second point I will put, and again subject to legal advice, is that many of these questions are questions that relate more so to the Council's overall council house building programme, for which there are reports to Cabinet that explains the programme, explains the basis of the programme and the funding scenarios and frameworks that have been set up to deliver the programme. Now, most of these questions are relevant to the programme overall, as opposed to the decision that was put to the committee in December.
Thank you.
Just a point there, Chair. It says it's based on the HRA 2020 decision, which is the overall programme. So I think it is quite relevant to consider the overall programme as part of this decision, of which this is made. So to understand this decision, you need to understand the parts that came before and what has led to this decision. But unfortunately, that detail has not been provided in this decision. It's possible there's been lots of conversations and things prior to this decision, but we're not privy to that information. No. What we are privy to, that is not sufficient information to have made a decision of this size. Therefore, I am asking that it be, and yes, I know we've only got half an hour before Councillor Curran needs to go, so it might be worth asking for written responses that or perhaps adjourning this meeting and considering another meeting, which unfortunately would waste a lot of people's time. But perhaps then we might actually get to a position where the responses are adequate. At the moment, they're not. So even the first question that was asked has not been answered.
Thank you, Councillor. Peter, before you I invite you, can I ask Councillor Curran, do you want to say in response to what Councillor Chowdhury said, please?
Well, it's all very interesting, but not relevant. Some of the decisions that Peter's referring to are in the public domain, have gone through the usual governance procedures, including approval at Cabinet. So it is in the public domain. It has already gone through the process. But if I could let Peter finish that first question, we can then move on, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Karen. Peter, would you mind briefly, because we got a number of things to cover and it's very short time, Councillor Karen need to leave. So please, as brief, and if we need to, then we will invite the further clarification or detail of it. Thank you.
Chair, I can put back my next meeting till another half an hour, if that's okay.
So until what time you will be able to stay?
7, what's it now, 6:30, 7:30.
Thank you, Councillor Karam, very kind of you. Peter,
Right,
please.
so it will help if I then clarify. The council agreed its council house building programme through a cabinet decision based on the cabinet report. That cabinet report set out the range of considerations, including the assessment of housing need, the assessment of stock in the council, and the assessment of the financial situation of the council. That is a very detailed report which Cabinet agreed and approved as what is the Council House Building Programme. Within that report, it identified and it agreed that I think in excess of 900 units would be built and a budget of £401 million was approved to deliver that programme. As part of that, and all of these reports are in the public domain, including the supporting information. So a significant amount of the questions asked here relate to information available there. As part of that report, Cabinet also agreed that the financial underpinning for all the schemes will be reviewed annually through the HRA business plan report. That is a report that is put to Cabinet annually and determines and articulates the funding that underpins the new council house building programme, and it is delegated to do so. It is a deep, detailed financial appraisal report. The original Cabinet report also delegated to the Affordable Housing Committee the responsibility for agreeing the individual schemes within the overall approval. The report that is considered here today, which went to the Affordable Housing Committee, seeks agreement to include the 3 schemes within the Council House Building Programme. By doing so, the schemes become subject to the governance arrangements set out in the Council House Building Programme, including the finance accountability regime set out within that programme, which is delegated to the HRA report. So in terms of the financial process that underpins the decision, that is within the Council House Building Programme overall approval and the annual HRA business plan process, okay? And if you look at the financial comments in the report before calling, the finance team explains that the money that supports this scheme is available through the HRA business plan and is affordable within that process. So this committee report sought to agree that the schemes could be included within the Council House Building Programme. If I then take the question, the first question asked...
Just a point on that, it doesn't specify how much is available within the HRA in that document that was produced. And referring to previous documents which I mentioned that were shared with me, it had a deficit of 7-point-something million in terms of being short of that. And then in the updated one, which was in September, it increased the budget there, but it came with a question from the financial officer as to whether the detail behind this particular budget agreement was right. And it said it would be approved subject to member approval and subject to financial approval. So where did that financial and member approval happen? That happened at the committee. But at the committee, the financial approval was not listed.
Sorry, Chair, the report before the committee in the financial statement at section 5 is clear that the requirement will be 81.9 million, and it goes on to explain that the scheme will fall within the overall £401 million Council House Building Programme approved by Cabinet in June 2019. It further goes to say at paragraph 5.4 that £159 million is currently available for allocations for specific schemes. Now, that is the information that was before the committee.
Sorry, Councillor Easton, let Peter finish and I'll come back to you. Well, sorry, just hold on. Peter, have you finished, please?
Well, I will stop there.
Yeah, Peter is the first question, and we are nearly halfway. We got so much to catch up.
Well, I think
I would requested as brief as possible. I know you.
I'm happy to go
Chair,
through
it's a point of order.
very briefly, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Eason, do you have any point to make? My
yes,
apologies.
Point of order, really. Yeah. The speaker, it has been deviating and repeating, and he is completely off topic in terms of the questions on the list. The question 1 is why these sites are chosen, and question 1.2 is then for comparison against other sites, other initiatives that have been successfully or otherwise executed. Right, we've got the point that this references back to the housing programme from June 2019. That was clear in the report. Yeah, can we ensure that the answers that we're getting are about the choices being made at this, the choices which were being made at the Affordable Housing Committee, which was about purchasing these particular sites, these particular schemes. That's we're not scrutinising. We're not the Affordable Housing Programme, Council House Building Programme per se. It is the decisions which were made on basis of 8 pages of report 2 days before Christmas. That's the bit we're trying to hone in on.
So
thank you, Councillor Eason. Peter.
So can I just go quickly through and I'll explain. So subject to, and I'll take legal advice that we do not consider that the questions are relevant to the call-in report. What I will do, Chair, is actually I will generally answer these questions, but on the understanding that we do not consider that they're relevant to the call-in report. So on the first 3 questions, which essentially are asking about actually why these schemes. So in July of 2020, as part of the work of the task force, we did a piece of work to try to understand the impact of COVID on the house building programme. And we did that because of the commitment the council has to deliver 1,000 new homes. That analysis identified that there was a slump in the house building market. As part of that, we also assessed that it would affect our ability to meet the target to build the 1,000 homes. We also identified that there was a slump in house prices, and there were on the market at that time a number of developers and who were in holding of a considerable amount of stock that they were willing to release at good value for money. So the decision was made through processes that we should explore bulk purchase as a means of making up the slack for the council house building that was being interrupted by COVID and to some extent by the Brexit initiative, by Brexit. That led us to consider the bulk purchase initiatives. In doing so, we approached all the RPs, housing associations, our partners in the borough, and all the major house building initiatives that we know were in planned. As a result of that, we were then approached by some, and it is not privy for me to actually identify who those are for obvious reasons, but out of those who engaged with us, we selected these three as offering a good fit with actually the housing needs requirements of the borough, and also in terms of the value for money they provided. And thirdly, because of the key criteria that we could buy them in bulk and they could be held as a block unit, which will enable us to actually facilitate accommodating them within the HRA council house building portfolio and manage them as part of the council house building programme. So that is the answer that deals, I think, Chair, with 1, 2 and 3.
Very helpful.
Which were asked.
Very helpful, Peter. Thank you for that. Can I ask Councillor Curran if you want to add something in what Peter has said?
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Eason, please.
Yeah, could in terms of question 1.2, are there previous similar initiatives in the borough, and what's their status? How many occupied and what type of tenure?
The answer to that, Chair, is yes, but I do not consider that answer is relevant to the call-in, and I'm happy to take legal advice.
Thank you, Peter.
Sorry, Chair. Yeah. I do consider that relates to the scope of the which grounds is it? Ground number 2, evidence on which to base a decision. So the organisation's experience of doing similar things would seem to be quite a pertinent, piece of evidence. So I consider that does.
Sorry, Jessica. Just
yeah,
finish.
I think it is quite a valid question.
So can I invite Councillor George before I go to Jessica, please?
Thank you. It is very simple, Chair, and anyone who's part of it. A member of the scrutiny, it is it's calling in a decision that was made by Cabinet, and the role of scrutiny, it is should and must investigate any decision that will affect our inhabitants or our local area. It's a simple way of, instead of us going round and round, we need to gather evidence. Member of the scrutiny asked for documentation based, because Peter said it was a HRA decision made, but based on what justification this assessment was done. And we must take in consideration this calls in, and we to have proper evidence and gather evidence, because it will affect our local people and us.
Thank you, Councillor George. Before I go further, can I ask Jessica? She wanted to say something.
Just in answer about whether question 2 is relevant, if I can just repeat what I said earlier, that this is a call-in of this particular decision of the Affordable Housing Committee, which is about these 3 separate purchases of homes. It's not about, you have the decision, the overarching decision about bulk purchase initiatives or the council's direction of travel on affordable housing, which would be subject to other cabinet decisions, I'm sure, is not what's being called in. You have called in this one decision about these 3 schemes. So I don't see how other initiatives, other decisions that have been made are, they're not relevant to this call-in meeting. They might be relevant to a future piece of scrutiny pre-decision making work about you know, the direction of travel, but not to the call-in.
Thank you, Jessica. Very helpful. Can I remind members to stay within the parameter what the decision was called in by OSC? That would be very helpful. Councillor Mashiso, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and remain to the point. And for me, the point that I need to find out about is this point number 4, a key decision not treated as such. This is a key decision, is it not, if it's more than £250,000 of spending? And I think we've had that before in our first call in for the grasshoppers site. Anything above £250,000 is a key decision. So I think is it fair to then ask Councillor Karen, with that kind of money, is that significant or insignificant?
Thank you, Councillor Mashiso. Councillor Karen, please.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Mashiso. It's a significant amount of money, of course it is, but as you've already heard from Peter, the decision on the house building programme had already been approved for the HRA business plan. So
if it is significant, then it should have had a 28-day notice in the publications, and it should have been taken with transparency and with prior notice, and it should have been publicised, and it wasn't.
Chair, if I could answer, perhaps Councillor Mashiso didn't understand my answer.
Yes,
I said the decision on the council house building programme had already been approved, and it comes under that umbrella. You've already heard that from Peter, so we've answered the question. You might not like the answer, but we've answered the question.
Thank you, Councillor Curran. Very helpful. Councillor Eason, please.
Now let's move on with the questions. I'll hold my judgment on the accuracy of some of the answers until the end. So let's move on with the questions.
So next question was please provide a complete audit trail and include documents recording step made in the decision-making process to date. Can I invite Councillor Curran to respond, and if need to assist Peter, then we will invite Peter.
Thanks, Chair. As it's already said, we've gone through the various cabinet reports that Peter's already highlighted that gave us authority to take this report to the Affordable Housing Committee. I'll let Peter give you some more detail if that's helpful, Chair.
Thank you. Peter, please, briefly, please.
For reference then, Sir Chair, I think the key reports are then the Housing Delivery Plan 2018, which is CEX 314. You also have CEX 456, which is the Council House Building Programme Report. And there's also CEX 517. And I think those are the key documents that explains how a programme with a project or a programme within the overall council house building programme is actually approved. In addition to that, in terms of the specific deliberations about these specific schemes, we did make reference to the fact that we did consider these schemes as part of the Economic Recovery and Renewal Task Force. And there is the report or the presentation and the minutes of the task force, which I think is dated July, and one in September of 2020, where these schemes were considered and the overall bulk purchasing approach was considered. And through that, we then took a report to the CLT, which then further considered these schemes ahead of they're being produced in a report to the Affordable Housing Committee, which is the report before you, before scrutiny today.
Thank you, Peter. Very helpful. Members, does you have any question or any comment, or shall I move on to next question? Councillor Bidoff, if you have any brief question, please. Did you put your hand up?
Yes, I think I did, Chair. I'm just a bit confused about which questions we're on at the moment.
1.4.
Audit.
Sorry?
1.4.
Two people talking at the same time. I was looking at the points that we are supposed to be scrutinising. I was looking at inadequate evidence on which to base a decision. If that's not where I should be.
Yeah, that's what the question put forward before us is what we are trying to understand. What Councillor Chowdhury has put forward question to Councillor Karan. That's right. What we are trying to understand the answer. What Councillor Chowdhury has put forward, okay. And then we will ask the question members. Thank you. Okay. So the next question would be Councillor 1.5, which is please provide a report and minutes of the economic recovery and regeneration task force agreed by CLT and ERR board in September 2020 relevant to this and similar proposal and expenditure. Councillor Karan, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Peter's just highlighted what prompts where they were. So it was at CLT, it was at the Economic Recovery Board, etc., etc.
Thank you, Councillor Karan. Peter, do you want to elaborate further, or shall we go for next?
I think just to clarify, so this is the request for documentation, the only request in the list, and apologies to Councillor Chowdhury. I think what was originally sent was the task force report minutes and papers from July 2020, but as you can see, there is also some papers from September 2020, which we sent late, and that was the apology, and that is what I think Councillor Chowdhury is referring to as the documentation that she received late today.
That's right. Just to clarify, that is the one I received today. However, I did receive the incorrect document yesterday. So again, that was less than 24 hours before today. So again, that was quite late in the day, even though these questions had been shared with yourself and with Councillor Curran on the 20th. But in those minutes, it does state that the financial officer has concerns about the finance there. That is listed in the minutes, and it says that the documents will be approved pending members' approval and financial approval. So my supplementary question to you was, where was that approval obtained?
So if I can just answer that, Chair. So
please, briefly, Peter.
As the sequencing is, so we're referring there to September. So it follows that if you look at the finance officer's comments on the December report, whatever the issues that were highlighted in the September report, they were resolved, and it is clear from the finance officer's comments on the December report that there was clarity and satisfaction that the schemes could proceed financially. And that is set out in section 5 of the report before you.
Thank you.
Chair, may I come in on just on that point as well, just a little bit of context?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, and thanks to Councillor Chowdhury. I think the broader context there, Councillor Chowdhury, is obviously in the midst of the pandemic and the recovery work that we were doing. We had to fundamentally look at the capital programme and the house building programme to make sure that it all stacked up. And I think the comment that you are referring to relates to a concern. Now, what happened post that is a rephasing of the capital programme and a fundamental look at the deliverability of the house building programme that we'd already agreed. So Peter's absolutely right to make the comment that by the time we get to the December report, a lot of those issues have been resolved. But I thought it might be helpful for you just to understand that, you know, with the pandemic and everything that comes with it, you fundamentally have to review and look at where you sit and whether or not there may well be concerns, because at that point, potentially we were thinking whether we borrow, whether we don't borrow, whether we can do it with internal funds or not. So I hope that gives you some more context just on which to build on Peter's earlier answer. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Rajwal. Very helpful, very kind of you. Can I move on to next question, which is 1.6 in the question list which Councillor Chaudhary has provided. Please provide a record of the chief officer in consultation delegation decision for the purpose of finalizing detail of scheme and project to date and for which individual schemes. That's for Councillor Karan, please, as a member.
Thanks, Chair.
Sorry, probably you're muted, Councillor Karan.
So I'm not sure that's relevant about previous schemes. We're talking about these, and of course there's always a very clear delegation of authority to authorise these schemes. Peter again can give you some more detail.
Thank you, Councillor Karan.
So Chair, by definition, there is no detail that I can give on this because although the report proposes to delegate authority to me, I am not able to implement that until the decision, which is, I think, 1 to 3, have been agreed. And technically, they have yet to be agreed because the decision is before call-in. So I've yet to exercise or take any steps to implement any delegated decisions in relation to this report.
Thank you. Can I move on to next question, please? Please describe how the report author and draft was checked for accuracy and adherence to the decision-making process prior to the signing off and submission for the publication. Councillor Karan, please.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, it will go through the usual processes. I mean, I don't know the intimate details of how it goes through the sausage machine, but because I obviously see the final report before it's published. But I know there were a couple of errors. There's one about the location that was corrected at the meeting in December, and that was noted in the minutes. That was just an error. And of course, we emphasised again, because some members raised, I think the mayor raised a concern which I corresponded with him on about the planning permission. So we re-emphasised that point in the minutes, and it was noted in the minutes that these 3 schemes, or certainly the home-based scheme, which seems, I think, is at the crux of all this. The other 2, I don't think are much interest. It's the home-based scheme people seem to be zeroing in on, is that, of course, those schemes cannot go forward.
Sorry, is that, can I raise a point of order there?
Sorry. Chair, can I finish first?
Yes, sure.
Is it interesting? I don't think we've ever had a call in on a affordable housing committee or anyone turn up to it before, so it's nice that people are looking at the documents now. But that said, of course, none of these schemes could have gone ahead or will go ahead unless they've already got planning permission. So if they don't have planning permission, it's null and void. It doesn't happen.
Thank you.
It's as simple as that. We must be clear, Chair. There is no relationship between the Affordable Housing Committee's decision and the planning process. They are 2 separate things. If they were to collide, I'm sure the legal officer would have something to say about it. There are 2 completely independent processes. There is no relationship between one or the other. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Karan. It was briefed to all members. What are the parameters for planning committee and what are for the others? So probably it was briefed prior to the meeting. That was I've done that. So Councillor Chaudhary, do you have any supplement?
Sorry, I just I don't know if it's offence or what, but there are 3 schemes here, not just one. So I don't know why Councillor Curran believes it's only based on 1 scheme. And there's also a delegated authority decision that has been granted through this approval. So there are 4 things here that deserve to be heard and deserve to be checked to ensure that detail has been provided and adequate detail has been provided for a decision to be made. It's got nothing to do with the fact that one of these schemes is in a particular ward or anything like that, as Councillor Curran is inferring. And him laughing like that is not only disrespectful to me and to my presentation here as a first-time call-in lead, but also quite disrespectful in general.
Thank you.
I don't accept that, Chair. It's very clear, as I've just already stated out, and Councillor Chaudhary can correct me, she's never been to an affordable housing committee since she'd become a councillor previously. and it just so happens that the mayor writes to me about this, and she's his fellow councillor. So it is about the home-based scheme. I don't mind it being about the home-based scheme, but let's just be honest and upfront with it and frank. I've no objection to that, and I'm of course not laughing at what Councillor Chowdhury is saying. It's very serious, so I take it very seriously. So can we move on to the next question, Chair? Thank you.
I'd just like to reply to that, and I am trying to be honest and frank. When something is passed 2 days before Christmas without much conversation and consultation with the public, without adequate details, as I have mentioned a number of times, it does need to be called in. If the other affordable housing committees have followed the same procedure and I have not noticed those, then had I had noticed those at that time, I would have called them in too. But I don't recall, perhaps in the last, well, I've been a councillor for 3 years almost now, and I don't recall decisions like this being made 2 days before Christmas.
Chair, can I just come in? This has been raised by Councillor Chowdhury 2 or 3 times now. The 23rd for me was a normal working day, as it was for many officers. So this idea that people don't work on the 23rd of December, I don't recognise it.
I'm sorry, but I did not say people don't work. I said it was 2 days before Christmas.
It was advertised in public, it was held in public, the decisions made in public. There's nothing wrong, really unfair to suggest there was something untoward by holding a public meeting on the 23rd of December.
Thank you, Councillor Curran. Can I ask, can we ask the stick to the question and stick to the answer as brief as possible, because there's a lot to catch up. Can I ask Councillor Machisa to please ask the question?
Thank you, Chair. I don't think I agree with Steve Curran that there's nothing untoward, but I'm sticking to the 5 points that of this call-in, and I'm still stuck on the key decision point, number 4, which is the fact that we're talking about monies that are in millions, that a decision was taken without the involvement of officers or other cabinet members, and it was just taken at one fell swoop before Christmas. I just need a bit of an explanation to understand, as a layman, what that actually means. I know Steve tried to explain it earlier, but it was very, very quick and dismissive. Just for my evidence gathering, explain why it is not significant and why it was taken by just the lead member. I've got pen ready.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Curran, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I wasn't dismissing the question. It wasn't just taken by me. There's 2 other councillors on the Affordable Housing Committee. And as I explained before, the decision around the value was already agreed within the Affordable Housing Building Programme, and that had been approved previously. Peter will be able to give you some more detail on that, Ronnie.
Oh, no, I'd rather not pass it to Peter. I'd rather you answer it.
Well, this is now the 3rd time I've said exactly the same thing. So
okay, let me take my earbud out, because I've had.
Sorry, can I ask, please, members and the officer, go through the chair if you have any question, and if you want to answer, I will request that we need it. Thank you.
Chair, so I'll say it for the 4th time. The approval had already been given for the council house building programme in previous cabinet decisions. Already given. That's why it came through to the Affordable Housing Committee as it did. And what I'm suggesting is, if that explanation isn't thorough enough, Peter Matthews can give you more detail if that's helpful to the committee.
Sorry, Chair, yes. Could I just raise a point? And it's a point relating to the fact that people work over Christmas, and I accept that people work over Christmas. I myself did work over Christmas, but Hounslow Council, as a fact, states that on their website, as usual, over the Christmas period, the council will be operating a reduced service from the 24th of December until the 4th of January. And the call-in process is 7 days. So if we do have a reduced service, the information that you need will not be available during this period of time. And that is my point. My point isn't about anything being untoward. It's about having sufficient time. And I thought I should clarify that point. Thank you.
In fact, to that remark, Chair, whenever I was sending emails over that period to officers, there were automated replies at that time, saying we are out of service until 4th of January. So yes, I concur with that sentiment.
Chair, the decision, the committee,
Councillor Karan,
it's really important, Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Karan, I requested earlier, please ask the chair before you answer, and then I will allow anybody.
That's why I called your name. I said chair.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
Let's say chair first.
Yeah. Thank
chair.
you.
Again, we've been sidetracked into issue about which officer, what councillor could speak to on the 23rd. All I can reiterate is that a formal council meeting was held on the 23rd in public for public examination, and the decisions made in public in line with the Constitution. We can't be any clearer than that. I can't answer for what individual officers were or were not on duty on the 23rd. The officers I was dealing with on the 23rd clearly were.
Thank you, Councillor Karan. Very helpful. I think that makes very clear what Councillor Karan has come up with. Shall we move on to next question, which is, please describe training given to and taken by officer at all levels on the council decision-making process, how frequently this is monitored, refreshed and examined at individual officer performance reviews. Briefly, please, Councillor Karan.
Sure, I think we can safely say take legal advice. That is definitely not to do with the call-in decision.
Fine, Chair. I'm happy for us to move on to the next question if that saves time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Karan, for help. Thank you. So next question, please explain why protocol for describing the exact ward location and council report was not followed when referring to home base Zion Lane, Isleworth.
Thanks, Chair. I've already explained that that was human error. It does happen. I know Councillor Lambert experienced a similar thing recently at a planning committee. So these things do happen. We obviously apologise and we do remind officers to double check.
Thank you, Councillor Karan. Very helpful. Is that all right, Councillor Chowdhury?
So I'm going to say yes, even though it's referring to something that wasn't related to this particular scheme.
Thank you. Provide the analysis of why so few families size property being sought. Councillor Karan, please.
Again, I don't know what the units will actually look like when we haven't made a decision yet. So I don't know. I can't give you that breakdown. I don't know.
Okay.
That decision seems to have been listed in the documents, though. So I'm surprised by that response.
You talking about the new units, ones already built, or the ones for home base?
Oh, no.
I'm talking about all three.
Well, some of those are already built.
Okay,
Two of
and
them
the question is based on that, so you should have the answer to how many.
By our housing assessment needs. That would be the criteria. Peter, again, Peter can give you the details. That helpful.
Chairman, if I might assist, at paragraph 3.11 of the report, it does give a mix of the unit types in the report, and it does explain how many bedrooms they have and how many persons that they would.
Is it for all three sites?
It does for all three, yes. So at 3.17 it does home base, at 3.11 it does High Street Quarter Hounslow, and at 3.5 it does Ferngrove Felton. So they are listed in that document, which Councillor Curran said wasn't the case, which again begs the question as to how much informed he was of this decision.
Can we have a Chair? Can we have if we're going to go this boxing ring effect with Councillor Chowdhury, we're going to be here all night. What I said was we agree the units in advance when we're bulk purchasing. That's clear in the report.
And the question is about the allocation of these units, and this isn't a boxing ring. If I need to ask questions based on the decisions made, you should be able to back up your decisions.
I backed up my decision. Can I ask Peter to get me to help with Councillor Chowdhury's question, please?
Thank you, Councillor Karan. Very helpful. Peter, please briefly, we've got a number of questions yet to consider.
Yes, Chair. So we have set out in detail in various documents the current housing needs of the borough. And there is a need for large family homes, and that is true. But then equally, there is a need for one-bedroom homes, and that is equally true, and more so given our responsibilities under the new Homelessness Reduction Act, which gives the council a responsibility it didn't have before for catering for the needs of single households. So the needs of the borough in terms of the types and sizes of houses range from 1, 2, 3 and 4-bedroom units. So the mix proposed here will meet our needs.
Thank you. Shall we move on to next question? Thanks, Peter, very helpful. So when discussion on the draft terms for each scheme start, please provide notes from these individual meetings. Please provide copies of the separate draft terms. Councillor Curran, please.
I don't know the answer to that. Peter Matthews may.
Thank you. Peter, please briefly, if you can.
As brief as I can, Chair, is actually that these are naturally and normally known as actually items which will be commercially sensitive. We don't normally negotiate with developers or housing associations about the details of such transactions, which are generally classified as commercially sensitive.
Sorry, Chair, could I just ask? Yeah. They might be commercially sensitive, but does that mean that the Overview and Scrutiny Committee is not privy to these decisions? They should be able to see them in their capacity as the committee, as should councillors, I believe.
Well, that's the purpose of the OSC, is to seek information and evidence of the decision what was made. Councillor Curran, do you have anything to add, or shall we ask Peter?
So I think,
yeah, by all means, let Peter answer that.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris.
I think the point to clear is actually we do not have final heads of terms, because quite clearly the completed heads of terms is something you can make available to scrutiny and so on. But in the negotiations, you are in a commercially sensitive environment where, generally speaking, we do not actually release this because you're in the middle of negotiations. So until heads of terms are agreed and there's a document that all parties agree to, the negotiations tend to be commercially sensitive. And this is not this is natural process for within the house building environment.
Anybody? Yes, sorry. Any member have any question on what Peter suggested? No? Okay. Jessica, you was
just trying to be of assistance, Chair. Sorry.
Thank you.
Recommendation 4 is the delegation to the Executive Director, to Peter, and that involves finalising the terms and entering to the necessary processes, just as Peter's explained. So those decisions about finalising heads of terms, etc., have not been made because this has been called in.
Thank you, Jessica. Councillor Eason. You are muted, Councillor Eason. Thank you, please. I can't hear you, Councillor Eason. Councillor Eason, can you speak, please?
Is it possible to come back then, Chair, because of the time?
Yeah.
Sorry, can he type?
No. Councillor Eason, we'll come back to you if you can hear me. If that's okay, we'll go for next question. Next question is, are these properties, the affordable housing element, are in addition to the developer a contribution? If not, what total interest would House or Council have in each development, both owning as a owner of nomination rights and by tenure description and size of dwelling, please. Councillor Curran, please.
Yeah, some of that will be picked up in the heads of terms, and then, I mean, I don't know that detail. Peter might.
Thank you, Councillor Curran. Yes, Peter, please briefly.
So the very short answer is actually the interest that the council will have in each of the schemes are the actual proposals set out in the report, which says the number of units that we propose to purchase within each scheme. By definition, it follows that those purchases will be the council's interest in those schemes.
Thank you. Shall we move on to next question, please? Unless any member have any question. Thank you. If the purchases are not the affordable housing element, explain how the affordable element would be configured. Councillor Curran, please.
I think I understood the question. They are, by definition, they are affordable because they're coming into the HRA. Peter could add any more.
Thank you, Councillor Curran. Peter, please briefly.
So by definition, if the council buys any housing, it is council housing or social rent, and it is actually held in the HRA as part of the council's stock.
Thank you. Next question, please. What rent levels are anticipated and how are these described? Councillor Curran, please.
Obviously, the rental level changes, as you see, because we put the rents up every year, don't we, in service charges. So that there'll be whatever it is at the time that their units are purchased and completed, I presume.
Thank you. Very helpful.
If Peter wants to add any more.
Well, we treat all properties within the HRA as council homes, and they're subject to the council's rent setting policy. So that's the rents that would apply.
Thank you, Peter, very helpful. What would the council be paying for the purchase of each type of the property on each side? Councillor Curran, please.
Well, we don't know yet because we'll be in the middle of the negotiation. Certainly, we know what the price will be. I think indicative for the ones which are already built from the home-based site. We won't know that until we finish the heads of terms discussion, and before we even do that, they've got to get planning permission. So we're a long way off knowing that yet.
Thank you, Councillor Curran.
Sorry, can I, Chair, ask just a quick question there?
Yeah, sure.
So in terms of the numbers that have been used to agree how much is going to be part of this report, I'm not sure that enough information is there for Overview Scrutiny to look into the detail behind that. So it's a headline figure, but it doesn't give any breakdown or any detail or any of the marketing, the market rate that has led to this decision of why this particular number is needed.
Well, I think,
and that information wasn't presented in the report, in the committee report either. It's just a number, and that's taken as read.
Yeah, that's an overall figure. Yes, you're quite right. So, and there are several elements that make up the purchase price. So because of grant, etc. I'll let Peter explain the detail. If that's okay, Chair.
Thank you. Before Peter, there's a Councillor Kiani want to ask question, and then we'll go to Peter. Councillor Kiani, please.
I just wanted to ask that are we negotiating directly with these people, or is there any middleman?
Thank you, Councillor Kiani. Do you want Councillor Curran answer, or shall we go to Peter?
Peter can answer both of those. A very simple question.
Thank you. Peter, please briefly.
So, Chair, can I suggest we take question 2.6 and 2.7 because they're part of the same thing, to be honest.
No problem.
So as the price that we will purchase will be a negotiated price. Generally within the house building process, by buying something, so to speak, off plan, it is generally accepted that you will buy it at a much reduced rate than actually on completion price. So we will be buying at off-plan prices, which is a kind of a 20% savings or so, roughly. In terms of the negotiations, we negotiate directly with the vendor, and as Jessica has explained, That process is still in train because I cannot go forward and implement that part of the decision because we have not been given in effect the green light to do so, because recommendations 1, 2 and 3 of the report are subject to call-in.
Thank you, Peter. Councillor Mashisa, please. You're muted, Councillor Mashisa.
Just on that, Peter, thank you very much for answering that question. How did we get to the 81 million purchase price? How was that figure arrived at?
So there is generally, we use an average for the purposes of forecasting or estimations, which is based on, we take the market price. There is then a factor that you can deduct from market price to recognize an off-plan negotiation. The other thing that to bear in mind was that, and it goes to one of the questions there, in July, August of last year, there was a dip in house prices, and actually I think we recognize that the sale prices were depressed by about 6%, and so we took an average, and it is the average that's used for estimation, and it's usually an average based on a 2-bed price.
Thank you, Peter. Next question quickly. I'm conscious about the time. We are really running out of time.
Chair, I've cancelled my next appointment. I'd rather we finish this tonight. I would hate for it to be dragging on and drag everyone back for a further meeting.
Councillor Curran, as a chair, I really recognize what you have done. Really appreciate what you have done for OSC to be present in there. Really thankful for your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Describe how the proposal will be funded. Councillor Curran, please.
I think we've answered that, but again, I think through the Council Houses Building Programme. But again, Peter might have some more detail to help councillors.
Yes.
Peter, please.
Yeah, just in general. So, and it goes back to the point that we made about there is a cascade here from the Council House Building Programme delegation from Cabinet and the HRA business plan. In the details in the HRA business plan, what it does is to carry out a thorough analysis, firstly, of the reserve factor in the HRA account. So that is essentially how much money we have left in the HRA account once we take the total rents and deduct the expenditure. So there's an annual reserve amount. We also have right to buy receipts, which actually it follows what it is. It's the money that we are able to spend from the sales of right to buy assets. We also have the ability to draw on the affordable housing grant, which is provided to councils in relation to the amount of house building that takes place in your locality. So generally speaking, that is the funding pot available to the council to support the council house building programme. In addition to that, we are a key partner of the Greater London Authority, and for the affordable housing units that we provide, we effectively get a subsidy of approximately a third of the total cost of the development. So generally speaking, the HRA business plan works out what is the right mix of funding based on the analysis of the availability within each of those funding mixes. And then it determines what is the best funding mix for each council house building project or purchase.
Thank you, Peter. Next one, please. Where within the proposed development will each of these property be situated? Please share specific plans if possible. Councillor Curran, please.
I don't think they are yet. I've not seen the planning application, so I can't answer that. Peter might have some more detail.
Peter, please.
Yeah, so generally speaking, one of the requirements that we have is that the units that we purchase must be as a block. So they must be standalone for the purposes of incorporating them within the council's housing stock and to facilitate our ability to maintain and manage them as a unit. So they will in effect be a block within the overall developments. Now that will vary from development to development. So I think if you look at the network homes, that essentially is taking up, I think, 50 of the 62 units. So it is essentially most of it. And I think similarly with the Barratt Home site, we will have a block unit of 55. And similarly with the proposed Berkeley Homes site, we will have 2 blocks, which equate to the 164 units. As one of our criteria is that the ability to incorporate the units straight into the HRA and that we are able to manage and maintain them within our overall existing arrangements.
Thank you, Peter. To what extent will the council bought properties match the specification of the open market sale units? Councillor Curran, please.
Again, I don't know that detail, but as Peter's already alluded to, when there was a dip in the market and we looked at talking to RSLs and developers, and we've already got an example where we brought on block, and that was through Notting Hill Genesis, and we brought 75 units, and they were at the shared ownership standard. So in fact, it was a higher standard than one would normally expect for social housing, but because of the grant arrangements Peter's already described, it makes it very advantageous for the council and a great benefit to our residents. So I don't know where we are in the process with this, because I'm not involved in the planning process, so I wouldn't know.
Thank you. Peter, do you want to add something?
But generally speaking, there is a council house building specification standard, and that is our minimum. So all of the properties will exceed the minimum, and in 2 cases where we are essentially going to be, if you like, converting what would have been shared ownership properties, which normally will go onto market, we are getting market-based specification, which we will use and convert to social housing. So the general answer is actually they will be significantly higher than the council's general specification for social housing.
Thank you, Peter. Show how Hounslow Council is able to value each currently incomplete and submit unit, unbuilt unit, sorry.
Chair, I think we've already answered that, if I'm mistaken.
Thank you. On what basis are these units being valued? Councillor Curran, please.
I presume it'd be on market value, but Peter will, subject to all the other caveats he's mentioned, but Peter will give you more detail.
Thank you.
So if I take both 211, the 2 questions together, all valuations are based on open market assessments in line with the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors principles of valuation. So they are carried out by chartered valuers. And it is well-known practice that properties are valued pre-plan. This is nothing new. This has been in the marketplace for a very, very long time.
Thank you. Councillor Mashisa, please.
Just a quick one on that point of valuing. The term affordable obviously sounds great on paper, but could you give me a rough figure of a 2-bedroom valuation that you have in terms of market price?
So this is really going to be off the top of my head. So if you were to try and buy a 2-bedroom apartment in central Hounslow, you would be looking at in the order of 400, probably more, £1,000, let's say between 400 and 450. Our general affordable purchase or build for the equivalent property will be just shy of 300.
Thank you. Thanks, Peter. Very helpful.
Calm down a bit.
Yeah. Next one. What are the advantages of making a commitment to purchase now as opposed when the development is complete? Councillor Curran, please.
Thanks, Chair. I think we've already answered that, but just for clarity, it's generally recognised that it's cheaper to buy off plan than it is to when they're completed.
Thank you, Councillor Curran.
Sorry, could we also have, Chair, could we have some information as to the disadvantages of buying now off plan? So we've seen that we might have a 20% saving, but actually, what could be the disadvantages?
Councillor Curran, please.
I'm not aware of any disadvantages buying off plan.
Well,
Peter,
I don't know if Peter wants to come in.
Well, I think intuitively the disadvantage is that you'll pay more. Because if we look at Hounslow, I think in London over the last 2 years is the 5th highest in terms of house price property increases. Now, the difference between buying off plan versus on completion could be in the excess of £40,000. So that's the disadvantage.
Thank you.
So just to be clear that it's only purchased once planning permission has been granted, and there will be nothing that will happen between planning permission and actual work starting that would disadvantage the council in having spent money at that point.
So there is, just to be very clear, so the reports are clear that all the agreements are subject to planning, because actually there is no agreement with anyone if that vendor does not have planning permission to deliver the product.
Thank you. Councillor Tuck.
Chair, can I ask whether an assessment was done on the prices, whether it will be beneficial to buy now or on completion, or was it just completely based on general assumption?
No, so going back to the question that was answered right at the beginning, so this is not new for the council. The council has actually secured or entered into a number of bulk purchase schemes in the past. In fact, there are about 5 schemes that I can point to where we have purchased. So we have a good method for estimating what is the correct value. We have a very good understanding of house prices in the borough. And given the fact that we are a major house builder, we do know from our own build cost prices how much it costs to build a property of 1, 2, 3, 4 bedroom sizes. So we have a lot of information and data, and in effect we have a track record that we can rely on to give us accurately what should be the true cost of a property in the borough. And then in terms of our approach is actually once we've established the true cost or the market costs, we then actually discount that to what we believe the social housing value should rightly be. And then there's an additional factor in terms of having regard to the HRA business plan analysis of our funding ability. What is our affordability to buy at what price?
Thank you. Councillor Tuck.
Chair, the answer says it's based on the previous facts. I was asking more like on a case-by-case basis. Do we have an assessment that if we are buying properties at this location, is there a separate assessment for each of these developments?
Yes.
Thank you.
Each development is subject to its own individual valuation and appraisal.
Thank you, Peter. Should the council purchase, what would its future financial and services liabilities be, and for how long? Councillor Curran, please.
I mean, that would be agreed in the heads of terms, but as Peter's already said, they would come under the umbrella of the HRA, and they would certainly be managed. Peter again can give you more detail under that process.
Thank you.
I think, Chair, that's the basic answer, that we are purchasing the properties as part of the council's stock. So they effectively become part of the council's stock, which is currently in excess of 14,000 stock units. And so it becomes part of the HRA estate, which is then subject to our own rent regime and our own management and maintenance regime.
Thank you, Peter. May I ask my scrutiny members if they have any question? Please feel free to ask. Yeah, Councillor Eason, please.
Hopefully you can hear me now.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Apologies about earlier. Yeah. Can we, in terms of service liabilities, is there any likelihood of service charges from the freeholder or the management company of these particular sites? Yeah, that would be payable by either the council, the HRA, or the tenants, and if so, what scale of costs might that be?
Shall I answer it, Chair?
Chair, I don't know the deeper, but I can say we've got other examples in the borough. Brentford Dock is a good example, actually, where we are the freeholder there, but we pay service charges on behalf of our tenants to Brentford Dock Limited. But Peter can give you some more detail.
Thank you. Can I finish a couple of questions left more, and then I'll ask my scrutiny member to ask if they further any question they might have. Peter, briefly, can you answer what Councillor Eason said, and I'll finish off the couple of questions.
So essentially, all properties within the HRA which are apartments are subject to some degree to some type of service charge in terms of maintenance and management. That's just by definition what happens in a flat. So all our new build and property purchase schemes are, we take the responsibility for its management and its maintenance. Going back to the point I said, we want the configurations in blocks that we can actually maintain and manage ourselves. That therefore means that we will be the ones responsible for management and maintenance, and as the persons or the body responsible for management and maintenance, we therefore are responsible for setting the service charges for our tenants in the normal way that we would for other properties within the stock. And as an example, because it is theoretical at the moment to talk in these terms of these three schemes, but looking at the schemes that we already have purchased and where we have tenanted, the service charges and the rents are subject to the council's overall rent and service charge policy, which are reviewed annually.
Thank you. Describe how each purchase law will comply with the council environmental and climate change policy. Councillor Curran, please.
Yeah, that's a planning matter, Chair, so I can't give you advice. I assume that if it goes before the planning committee, that's what the planning committee will want to understand, and I'm sure will be covered in the officer's report. I know, again, Peter could add any more to that.
So Chair, can I just suggest we take 215 and 216, because I think the answer is very similar. So just building on what Councillor Curran has said, sorry,
Peter, can I ask then 216 and then you can respond for both?
Yes.
Is that all right? Thank you.
Yes.
What would the council carbon offset commitment for each development be? So if you may answer both of them together, that will be helpful.
So the answer to both is actually correctly that this is clearly a matter for the planning process, where the planning process has yet to conclude. But generally speaking, the council house building programme has set standards for environmental and sustainability. Our standards within the programme are much higher than generally required from developers. And if in the report that I think we produced in March of 2020, we set out our intentions to seek to achieve 70% towards zero carbon in our house building programme. So generally speaking, any properties we purchase, we will require them to meet the standards we've set out for the council house building programme, which are much higher than what is achieved through general housing development. The actual amount that you may achieve through the carbon offset commitment, that is squarely a planning matter, which we cannot actually determine or discuss in this regime.
Thank you, Peter. Can I ask Councillor Chowdhury if she may have any further question before I open up for the members?
Yeah, just on that particular question, point further. So in terms of it being a planning decision, that the decision to buy the properties off plan is made in this committee, therefore these considerations should be taken into, well, these considerations should be taken into consideration. The fact is that the council has signed up to these environmental policies and have signed up to carbon offsetting. Therefore, that should be a consideration as part of where the money that the council is going to spend would go. So if the units are purchased and it transpires that actually they don't meet the standards, how would we be able to get out of that, or what would we do in order to address that situation?
So, Chair, I think the answer to that is straightforward. If we go into an agreement that says I'm purchasing a building of X standard as a requirement, if that property being produced, it does not meet the requirement, then it does not meet the terms of the agreement.
Thank you.
So does that mean that there could be units that we are not purchasing that won't meet the requirement, but they'd be happy to, as long as the units that they are purchasing do?
No, I don't think the process or the development process works in that way. We are very clear as a council house building programme that we have very clear set environmental and sustainability standards. Any negotiations with developers, RPs, in terms of properties that we will be willing to buy or build must achieve those standards. That's a given. So it is the commitment that an RP housing association or a developer that we would enter into an agreement would have to meet. They would know that if they don't meet that standard, then clearly there cannot be an agreement.
But as Councillor Curran pointed out earlier, some of the schemes that you have agreed have already been built, so we should have that information.
So then this is my point. So and I said that in relation to 215, for those schemes that have been built, yes, we can be assured that they meet our requirements. For those that have yet to be built, then quite clearly the standards that they will achieve is a matter for the planning process, because I cannot determine that. But however, the standards that they will have to deliver will have to meet our council house building programme. Now, insofar as our council house building programme standards exceed planning, the key consideration for the council is that we will not be asking for developers or housing associations to deliver a standard which is lower than that required by planning.
Thank you, Peter. I hope, Councillor Chowdhury, is that all right? You got most of the answer. And also, can I say thank you to Councillor Curran to make his time available for OSC. I will open up. There's no public question from any public person, so I will go for members to ask question further, and then we will go for decision. So first of all, I think Councillor Eason put his hand up, and then I will go for Councillor Mashisa.
Chair, the question I was going to ask was asked by Councillor Chowdhury.
Okay,
so
thank you.
No further question right now.
Thank you. Councillor Mashisa, please.
Thank you, Chair. I hope you can all hear me. Just looking at the developers that we decided to go with on this particular deal: Network Homes, Barrett Homes, Berkeley Homes. But don't we have our own in-house Lambton 360 companies which builds and buys properties? Aren't we duplicating ourselves here and wasting more of people's money, council tax money, taxpayers' money? Could you explain that to me as a layman? Because it seems to me that we've got our in-house provision and we're outsourcing it yet more. And I'm not sure, you know, the old saying, there's no smoke without fire. I think there is, I need to understand why we haven't used Lambton 360.
Before, Peter, you answer, can I remind member, the decision before OSC is that the Affordable Housing Committee approved the following purchase scheme to be included within the approved council housing building program. Number 1, 50 homes from the network home in Fern Grove, Feltham, 55 homes from Barrett Homes at High Street Quarter, Hounslow, 164 homes from Berkeley Home, St. Edward at the home base site in Sion, Brentford.
Yeah.
And there is another that is the Affordable Housing Committee delegated authority to the Executive Director of Housing. So can we ask member to ask relevant question for the CN, which is before us for scrutiny?
Chair, thank you, Chair. This is in regard to decision insufficient consideration for finances. So I think that's the point, is why do we not use Lambton 360 property builders? So I'm sure I'd like just some clarification on that.
Yeah. Chair, if I come in first.
Yeah.
So
yes, please.
We take a very pragmatic approach. We go to the market, we look at the market, we understand the market, and we'll go to the right developer or the right RSL that will get the best return for the council and our residents. So that's what we do. We take a pragmatic approach. If these 3 sites weren't available, we'd have gone to another 3 if they were available. We've taken a very proactive stance in bulk purchasing, and we take it. That's how we do it. But, you know, and we've got some very good properties for our residents at a very good price and a very high standard, as you've already heard. So we take a pragmatic approach. We don't have one size fits all, but I'm sure Peter will put a bit more meat on it.
Thank you, Councillor Curran. Peter, do you want to elaborate further?
Yeah, so if I could clarify for Councillor Machismat. So, and to understand it, if you forgive me, we must first of all try to understand the housing need that this council is having to address. And you look at the homelessness agenda. And the key part of the homelessness agenda, as introduced by the Homelessness Reduction Act, is the duty on councils to prevent homelessness. Now, what that essentially leads us as a council is that we have to think about how do we prevent homelessness. Now, by and large, preventing homelessness is about keeping people in the homes where they are, 1. 2, it's about having a supply of market rent housing of good quality that we can actually not allocate, but have available for actually steering people in need of that type of housing towards. So Lambton 360 have focused on delivering good quality market rent, but at a reduced market rent. So it's between 5 and 10% reduced market rent, because the council is not required to house people in social housing. It cannot. But we are required to seek to assist people to find alternative accommodation in the private sector. So Lambton plays a key role in terms of assisting the council by providing good quality market rent at that reduced rate of between 5 and 10%. Fine. Now that will cater for working families, etc., who can afford that lower than market rent situation. Right. What we then have to deal with are people who cannot, and people who actually require social rent. And this is what the council HRA stock deals with, and that's important. The other fundamental reason, councillor, is that Lambton as a company is different to the council's HRA, where the HRA, the best way to look at it is actually we are an internal housing association. As such, the HRA qualifies for a £110,000 subsidy towards every housing unit that we buy or build. That subsidy is not available to Lambton. And for that reason, the council through the HRA will buy stock or build stock into the council house building empire stock, because we do have £100,000 plus subsidy. And that's the reason why we take this approach through the council house building programme.
Thank you, Peter.
Very thorough. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Peter. Well done. Councillor Grewal, please.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, through Peter's detailed response, my follow-up to Councillor Mashito's question would have been answered. But possibly, if I could ask to the lead member and to Peter, obviously, all of the all of the purchases have been flats in this instance. I think a clear problem that we've had during the pandemic is a lot of intergenerational households and a lot of people living in flats, so living in close proximity to one another. So will we diversify our stock to beyond flats, to houses? And is that part of our Affordable Housing Committee's agenda? Appreciate it's slightly off this call-in, Chair, but I thought I'd have the opportunity to ask Steve and Peter that.
Yeah, if I could come in first, it's a good question, and Peter answered it earlier, but he can give some more detail on it. So because of the changes to the Homelessness Act, we've got this extra responsibility now for single people. So there is, as before, we were very concentrating on 2, 3, 4-bedroom flats and houses, but we've now got this this responsibility for single people to house them as well under the Act. So that's been a significant change. But we want to get a fair mix. So we want houses and we want flats. Lots of people choose to live in flats. Some people don't have a choice, and that's the same for houses. So we will try to get as many houses as we can to meet the needs, the different needs and the varying needs, as you've outlined for multi-generational households. And I think when we review housing policies going forward, because of COVID and the issues around multi-generational houses, this will come through in the further discussions. I think it's a good point, but certainly we look at a broad range of mix of houses and flats and the various tenures. But Peter will be able to give some more.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Karan. I think we need to remain within the parameter of what before us, the decision, what we need to scrutinise. Can I remind members, please?
Sorry, Councillor Malik, Chair. Yeah. It does mention once in the paper about homelessness and taking that into consideration, the homelessness rate. And I think that's probably the answer that we've had the most response from Councillor Curran on. So I think it is important to recognise that homelessness is something that we do consider. And I'm pleased to hear that we are looking at how we can help people who have been homeless and who are part of that process. But obviously, as you've mentioned, it is about this particular call-in. And within the call-in, it also mentions the draft terms that have been agreed. And I ask respectfully if we can, as councillors and as the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, can receive those documentations so you can see what's in that.
Thank you, Councillor Chaudhary. Very helpful. Thank you. Appreciate that. Can I ask Councillor Bedov if there's no any further, please?
Thank you, Chair. I've got several questions. I don't know if you want me to take them individually and let others speak in between. That's for you to decide. There was mention of the Affordable Housing Committee.
Sorry, Councillor Bidoff, can I ask Tharu, she want to come in?
Apologies, Councillor Bidoff, for interrupting you, and Councillor Malik. When you said several questions, we only have 5 minutes before the end of the 2.5-hour guillotine, so the standing orders do need to be suspended. So could I just ask you to do that before Councillor Bidoff speaks?
Yeah. Can I move some of the standing orders? Is it Councillor Grewal, and can somebody second it?
Yes, I'm happy to.
Thank you, Councillor Bidoff, second it.
Thanks.
Is that all right, Tharu?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bidoff, as brief as possible and relevant to the decision to scrutinise before us, please.
Yeah, absolutely. There was mention of the Affordable Housing Committee and the fact that Councillor Chowdhury hadn't attended it. And committees work differently, don't you? You're either a member of them or you're not. When did the Affordable Housing Committee meet last, and when did it meet the time before that? Because I think that is significant in relation to the policy that's been set, whether it's met frequently or not. Shall I do it one by one?
Yeah, one. It will be helpful one by one.
Yeah.
That will be Councillor Karen. Do you mind to answer?
Yes, Chair. It's on the council calendar. I can't give you the exact dates off the top of my head.
Thank you. Councillor Biddulph, further question, please.
I believe it was over a year ago. So that was my point, is that if it's not meeting regularly, I'm not sure how up to date.
Chair, can I just say, if Councillor Biddulph already knew the answer, why did she ask it? Why did she ask the question? It's not relevant.
Thank you, Councillor Karen. Appreciate that. Councillor Biddulph, could you please?
It is relevant, Chair.
If you knew the answer.
I didn't know the answer. I
said the answer.
I said I believe.
You believe? Okay.
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 Sorry, Chair, but I have to say that I was asked if I'd attended, so I think it's quite a relevant and pertinent question based on me being asked that question by Councillor Curran. So I'm not sure why he's laughing again at somebody who's asking a question.
Okay.
Chair, what I'm amazed at, you've just advised the members to stick to the points of the call-in, and then we've got a vague question about diary dates, and then Councillor Biddulph asked me about diary dates when she already knew the answer. It was a pointless and unnecessary question.
Thank you, Councillor Karen. I'm sure Councillor Biddulph has explained that she believed that's the answer. Can I ask Councillor Biddulph to ask further question, please? Thank you.
Sure, yes. So this is about the block element of it, and we all know, anybody who's served on planning or who's had a local planning application, that developers trim their plans part the way through, and you can be told that they're going to build in so many units, and then they find it's not affordable in terms of their profitability, and the development spec changes, and it either changes in terms of numbers or types of housing or in quality. What safeguards are there for us if we are going ahead with this off plan? And also, as Peter knows this, I'm always concerned about building blocks that make ghettos in other areas where perhaps communities should be more mixed, and particularly things like we've had poor doors before. I'm concerned about hearing that it's blocks and whether they're going to be considered to be different from, less good than the rest of the development, because I don't think we should be, I think we should be aspirational for our tenants and not, put them on the same level as they should be on the same level as private tenants, in my view.
Thank you, Councillor Biddulph. I just reminded earlier that before us, this is our the decision which we have to scrutinise. Councillor Curran, do you mind to respond to Councillor Biddulph?
Well, we aspire to high standards for all our council house building programmes, and we will continue to do that. I don't accept the word ghetto. I think that's an unfortunate word to use for council housing, and we would never want to create one. And certainly under my brief, I would never do that, and I know the rest of the Labour councillors would never want to create a ghetto. So as far as safeguarding, are there changes to the planning after it's been granted? Again, that's a planning matter that I'm not involved with. So obviously the planning committee would want to ensure safeguards about delivery of the product, and I'm sure the contract with the developer that the council had would want to ensure that as well. I take your point though, it can be difficult. I'm sure Peter Matthews could give you some more detail.
I think he's frozen, Chair. I think Peter might have frozen.
Do you have any further question to ask, Councillor Biddulph?
Yes, I do. I'd like to know, in terms of homelessness, obviously we want to build housing for homeless people, and I understand that homelessness fluctuates. To what extent what is there in the way of churn? We've just been able to rehouse people during the pandemic and got our homeless streets sleepers down to a very low number, but obviously people become homeless unexpectedly and need to be housed. What's the churn for us if we're building these flats for homeless people? How long will they be filled for? How quickly do people get moved into private accommodation? And how much more are we going to build? I know we've got to build all the time, but how much is this going to meet churn?
Well, we thank you, Councillor Biddulph. We have very low churn in our housing stock, which is one of the problems.
Yeah.
And that's why we need to build more. Then we have properties which are lost to right to buy, so that adds to the pressure on the number of housing units we've got. But because someone's on the waiting list or is homeless doesn't mean that they would come into these properties and then be moved on again into the private sector. They would be seen, as far as I'm aware, as a council tenant, with whichever the tenancy arrangements are for a council tenant. But Peter, I think, will give you some more detail on that, Councillor Biddulph.
Thank you, Councillor Karen. Councillor Biddulph, do you need any clarification or anything for this?
If Peter's got clarification, I would like to have it. I think it's about quantity and need, isn't it? It's the evidence of need, and does it meet the need? Or is it, yeah.
Peter, do you mind briefly, please respond to Councillor Biddulph?
So there's two parts to the answer. I think the short answer is actually it's a hamster in a wheel. You'll never actually satisfy housing need, and I think we all have to accept that. So the question for us is actually how do we cater for and manage the housing need? And generally speaking, we need to differentiate between being able to identify those who are in severe need and low affordability. And the question for us is how do we accommodate them within the council's own stocks, but also in the stock of housing associations. So we do have very clear agreements with all housing associations in the borough that we have nomination rights, which are 80% of everything that they build. So we have to manage using what becomes available through our own council house building programme and RPs to deal with severe housing need. The other part of it has to be how do we assist essentially working families with a affordable private rent, if that's the way we call it, and hence why we have Lambton actually taken on that bit. I think generally speaking, I don't think the question for me will be churn. I think the best indicator I can give you is that what I can say is that our level of temporary accommodation use is not increasing.
Right.
And that's the key question. If you look in many other boroughs, we are perhaps one of the lowest in terms of actually rate of increase in temporary accommodation. Ours has flatlined. So even in the scenario where we're finding escalating housing needs, we are finding ways to house as many as possible. That has helped us to flatline TA.
Thank
So
you.
I think that's the best indicator of churn.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Peter. I'm really conscious of time. Do you have, Councillor Biddulph, any further? Shall I ask for? Thank you. Councillor Kiani, please, and then Councillor Eason.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to know the time scale of these units to be ready for occupation.
Councillor Karan, please.
Well, we haven't even, the developer for the home-based site is not even put in a planning application yet, so it'd be some considerable time, I would imagine. But if it is given, we would want to move as quickly as possible. For the other two, I think they're built, Peter, aren't they?
Yeah, so essentially, I think that we ought to be ready for occupancy, if I can use that term, subject to all agreements being put in place by the end of this year for the first two schemes, roughly. But we cannot actually put a determination on the home-based scheme because it's all subject to planning. So subject to that, if it were to go ahead, I think we'll be looking at probably 2024 for occupation.
Thank you, Peter. Very helpful. Councillor Eason, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to explore that a bit further because that's what the report says for the home-based site, practical completion in 2024. But the nature of that site is to have a large Tesco building at lower ground car parks above it, and then residential towers above that. That is a very substantial scheme. What evidence do we what evidence did the committee have, or do we have now that the residential units on top of the new Tesco store would be built in anything like 3 years from point of planning permission, i.e. the 2024? My understanding is that it would be more likely 2027, 2028. So this might come back to identifying which particular blocks on the site it is that we're intending to buy, but that date just doesn't seem to work in my mind.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Curran, please.
I don't have the detail on that, Chair.
Thank you. Peter, do you mind have some answer?
Yeah, so Chair, can I be very clear here? To answer that question, you would be fettering the decision making of the planning process, because quite clearly the timescale from a decision to practical implementation of the decision in planning terms is a material consideration for the planning process. So we ought not to sit here and speculate as to when or what timescales within which the home-based site may or not be built subject to planning. I think the only answer I can give is that if the permission were to be given, the agreement that we will be seeking to enter is that the affordable housing units will be built first.
Thank you, Peter. Very helpful. Councillor Grewal,
so
do you have
Chair,
yeah.
Chair, could I come in with that one? Yeah, I certainly would not want to be fettering planning, but I think it's a material consideration for the for this decision about when the properties are likely to be available and therefore what housing need it is going to be meeting. If it is significantly later than 2024, then that's perhaps a significantly different housing need than we have at present and through to 2024. So I find the response that it's off limit to speculate about that. I find that problematic.
Thank you, Councillor Eason. Before Peter, you answer, can I ask Jessica? She want to come in.
Yes, Chair. Mine's a point about timing. So this Teams meeting lasts for 4 hours, and then the public won't be able to access it, is my understanding. So I make that 9:30. So we've got, if you want to retire and then come back and announce a decision, that needs to be done before 9:30. I just wanted to make that point.
Thanks for your alert. Thank you, Jessica. Peter, do you mind brief answer, please?
Yeah, so I think the answer to the question is actually, it goes back to partly the answer I gave Councillor Bidoff. Housing need is actually a never-ending feat. The housing need profile of the borough is not projected to change over the next 10 years, insofar as that the need for 1-bed, 2-bed, 3-bed and 4-bedroom homes will continue to exist and persist. We also know that housing needs levels are not expected to decrease over the next 10 years. And with the pandemic, I think we can all speculate that instead of decreasing, we should expect an increase in housing need. So generally speaking, whether we say the properties will be available in 2024, as we are currently discussing, and that is the timescales we are discussing. If it were to slip to 2025, 2026, I don't think it will change the profile of the housing need we'll be seeking to cater for.
Thank you, Peter. Very helpful. Anybody have any further question? Councillor Grewal first. Councillor Bidoff second, and then Councillor Chaudhry, please.
Apologies for the frantic wave, Chair. Just want to make sure you would see me. It's actually to touch on what Peter said. He touched on a very important point. It is a hamster wheel, and if anything, this pandemic will enhance that. And there's no such thing as pent-up demand in the property market. It's forever demand, and it's actually going to have a surge. And I fundamentally believe that. With this decision, we've seen 50 homes, 55 homes, 164 homes across 3 sites, as we've been discussing, all flats. A part of the decision-making process where we've forensically chosen these sites in the borough, have we considered the social infrastructure element of it all on housing, on school places, healthcare in terms of GP spots, GP surgeries, roads, public transport, and as we've seen with this pandemic, mental health has become a huge problem, so open spaces. Have we considered these areas being adequate enough for choosing these spots, and was that part of the decision making of choosing these spots? I appreciate the Section 106 contributions from all developers, however we need to go further, and I just want to ask the lead member and the officer if that has been factored in our decision making process.
Well done, very good question, Councillor Grewal. Councillor Curran, do you like to answer?
Yes, I mean, we have our housing targets. They're set by the mayor and government. All these are plotted in and modelled through our various departments, particularly education. And you will know the area well, Vikram, that it's got abundant of parks and open spaces in that particular area, although the A4 goes straight through it. So all of those things are factored into, but it's more of a planning decision, again, I think. We're conscious of it and we take account of it, but it's and I'm sure the planning committee and the planning officers will make sure all the things are taken into consideration. But there's extensive amount of modelling that takes place to see whether, and I think in the vicinity there, we're looking at 14,000 new homes in the next few years. So that provision is taken. But again, I'm sure Peter will give you some more meat on the bones.
Thank you. Councillor Bidoff, do you have any relevant question or different than Peter? We invite him for answer.
Just if I could follow on from what Vikram has just said and then come to my question. They're both related, actually. At home base, there's a very, very poor PTAL level. It's really poorly served by public transport. I think there's one bus. So how does it square, thinking about what Vikram said, with the moves, the policy that's just been developed of a 15-minute city, for example? Where are these facilities beyond GPs and schools, shops? What about social amenities, open spaces, those sorts of things? I'm worried about that. And on another point, shared ownership is a really tricky category of home, and that doesn't sell well. I think it puts off a lot of people because they have to come up with quite a lot of money to start with. I'm not sure, what have you done to test the market in that and to make sure that when we've got these properties at shared ownership level, that they will be affordable and be bought, because if they're in demand, the prices will go up, and that makes it very difficult for people to move into them.
Thank you. That's basically, Peter, I believe, is the infrastructure around that purchase. Probably that would be helpful if you can elaborate that.
Yeah, so on the broad question, I think there's 2 things to explain. So first and foremost, it is a requirement of the plan making process that we assess and analyse the future needs of a place for social infrastructure, whether that is school provision, health provision, GP provision, etc. It is required that we assess that as part of the plan making process. That analysis then leads to the policies about the land uses. So the plans would have set out what housing can be accommodated in relation to what infrastructure requirements will also follow. That is also a basis for determining the SIL requirements that will be associated to any particular development. So I think the general point is actually those considerations are at the heart of the plan policy making and the basis also through which developers must contribute, if necessary, to the provision of those services. if we look at, in particular, picking up on Councillor Biddulph's point, without talking about the kind of a wider considerations of the home-based site, because I do believe that these are planning matters and it's for the planning process to consider. We have submitted the local plan review, which looks at the whole Golden Mile area. And as part of that, we carried out that detailed assessment again in terms of what level of housing could be accommodated and what related social infrastructure would be required as part of that plan making process. So we are confident because actually, as long as the plan policy for a particular area says housing is a permitted development or use, it is doing so through the analysis that's been undertaken of the social infrastructure needs. In terms of the point about the shared ownership, I think we agree with you, Councillor Biddulph, in terms of shared ownership, because actually the council does not promote shared ownership. And we do not actually seek to increase our stock of shared ownership. I think what we have said is actually where we see shared ownership, and the market for shared ownership has depressed. Okay, now it is exactly those properties that housing associations and holders of Section 106 agreements are realizing that they cannot shift. That is why the price of shared ownership is extremely attractive for conversion to social rent.
Thank you, Peter. Very informative, connected, interlinked answer. Well done. Thank you. Councillor, anybody have Councillor Chaudhry?
Yes, thank you. It's just a question which sort of contradicts, Peter's comment contradicts what the housing strategy says. So in the housing strategy of 2019, it says Hounslow has a rapidly changing need, but just now he said it wasn't rapidly changing. So in light of that comment, and also in light of the fact that in the housing strategy, it also states that Hounslow needs to provide for larger families, looking at the housing units that have been written in this particular document and approved, 212 out of 269 are for 1 and 2 bedroom family bedroom units. That's not a lot at all. So that leaves only, if my maths is right, 57 units for families of 3 or 4 bedroom sizes. That's not a lot at all, considering the needs that the strategy has mentioned. Similarly, I think we need further input about the mixed units and why it's so low on these larger families. I am stressing this point because it is in the housing strategy, which has been alluded to a number of times, and this is quite an important part of it. And also, I just want to make sure that at points 3.4, 3.10 and 3.16 or 16, however you say it, those draft terms that have been mentioned, I just want to reiterate the point that if they can be shared, and if that can be agreed as well, please.
Thank you. Councillor Karan, please. Councillor Karan.
I'll defer to Peter, Chair, if that's all right.
Thank you. Thank you. Peter. Again.
So the change in needs is not necessarily purely in terms of housing need as actually to people who needs. The needs of Hounslow changes. Now, let us be very clear. The housing strategy was actually prepared from 2018-19. Since then, the council's requirements under the Homelessness and the Housing Act in terms of our responsibilities is changed through the Homelessness Reduction Act. The Homelessness Reduction Act brought in new duties, which meant that local authorities suddenly acquired a duty to assist everyone with housing. That brought into play that big cohort group, which previously we didn't have to address, which was singles. So suddenly the housing need profile from the council's point of view also shifted because we needed to accommodate singles. Okay, that's one. The
Sorry,
second
can I
point,
just
the second point
say something to
is
you,
that
Chair?
the second point is that the strategy is pre-COVID, and as I said earlier on, one of the things we did as part of our response to the COVID, as part of the economic regeneration and recovery task force, we reviewed the housing needs for the borough as it stood in July of last year, and I think we circulated that presentation. That set out very clearly a profile that says we need 1-bedroom houses, we need 2-bedroom houses, we need 3 bedrooms, and we need family. So we do want that wide spectrum of bedroom sizes. And I think that is what we're seeking to cater for as best we can.
Thank you, Peter.
Sorry, Chair, just a point of clarification there. The Homelessness Reduction Act was introduced in 2017 and became an act in 2018. So that was enough time before the strategy, which was in 2019. So it may take, if it takes longer than 2 years to consider what's coming through this act, then it's surprising that the decision made in July would have considered the impact of COVID. And in terms, as we heard from Councillor Gorewal, the impact of COVID has been on multiple families, families that live together in multiple occupancy, which isn't going to change just because we have more single or 2-bedroom houses. And the need for large family homes is something that we do need to consider, and we need to have more space for people who do wish to live together, who do need to have that support around them. And that is something that should be one of our priorities and is not at all, in my opinion, considered in this documentation.
So,
Peter, briefly, please.
Yeah, very briefly. So the Homelessness Reduction Act quite rightly was introduced in 2018, and government gave local authorities a 3-year implementation window. Secondly, the council does prioritise large family bedrooms, but the real question is actually, it's where does the market deliver large family bedrooms, especially in central London? That is a function of house price inflation and housing viability. But nevertheless, we have prioritised it, and going back to Councillor Burwell's earlier question, we have, through this same property purchase scheme, secured the only family units that were built. We bought them into the council housing unit, 19 units, houses, as part of the Acton Lodge development.
Could we just have some clarification on the central London comment? Because obviously we're Greater London, we're not central London. So I'm not sure what Peter meant by that.
Sorry, did I say central London?
Yes.
Oh, I think I meant central government.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you. Can I ask the last question by Councillor Mishiso, and then we will retire to make decision because we are running out of time. Councillor Mishiso, please. You're muted.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Yeah, I was just looking through as Peter was talking at some of the publications back in December, and looking back on the decision that was made, the email from Thomas Ribbett, it didn't have any special procedures attached to it, which is a bit unusual, because when you look, I'm just trying to find the piece now, bear with me. God, where is it? Okay, bear with me a second, I'm just going to pull it up. Okay, yeah, it's called the Affordable Housing Matter in December 2020, and in that, I don't know if you can see that, but there was a follow-up from Thomas Ribbett's going through all the regulations that were supposed to have been made. However, I don't think that was followed, and Mr. Ribbett's, I'll send you the link, Chair, but Mr. Ribbett's, from his summary, was that this decision was not fully a fully member's decision, if you see what I mean. I'm not sure if that made sense. I'll send you the link.
Yeah. Okay. Is the question for question?
It's for Steve Curran, really, to sort of explain the decision-making process on the 23rd of December, based on the follow-up from Thomas Ribbetts to us memberships. I'll send you the link now.
Sorry, Councillor Bashir, is it relevant to the decision before us?
Yes.
Okay.
Check. I'm not sure it is. Could we, through you, could we ask some Jessica for her advice on that?
Yes. So I'm not sure which email you're referring to, Councillor. Is it the one that I sent to Councillor Malik?
No, I'm sending it to you now, Councillor Malik.
So basically, the situation with the forward plan is that there isn't a proper urgency procedure for the forward plan. Not all key decisions have to be on the forward plan for 28 days. There is a proper procedure which involves the proper officer, which is Thomas, and he fills out a form to say that there are special circumstances, special urgent circumstances, that means that a key decision doesn't have, if a key decision can't be on the forward plan for 28 days. So I don't know what email you're referring to, but
it's in your inbox now.
Chair, please can that information be shared with the committee as to what why it wasn't on for 28 days? So we don't actually know what the decision or the reasoning behind the 28 days not being applied in this situation is. So we've heard from Jessica that it was an emergency decision, but on what basis?
Thank you. We'll find out.
Yeah, and that is in the inbox as we speak, Jackie, and it's there for you as well, Chair, to have a look at.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I've got it yet, Chair, but all I'm trying to explain is there is a procedure where key decisions, where you've got situations where key decisions have to be made quickly. There is a proper, in the statutory instrument that sets out a proper procedure for doing that.
Right. And in this case, with the key decision here, where the lawyer hasn't really shown the call in to the council, it hasn't really shown the call in to Thomas, according to this document that we all received back on what day was that?
So you've just sent me the special exemption notice under regulation 11.2 of the local, which is what I was referring to.
Yes.
I don't understand your question, sorry.
I think you're sort of answering is that the way in which we reached that key decision, was the right processes and procedures followed?
I believe they were, yes, and I checked that point with Thomas.
So is that all right, Councillor Curran? Is that?
Yeah, fine. I'm happy with the legal advice, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Thank
you. Sorry, Chair. Could we have a response to my question, what the basis was for that decision?
Councillor Curran, please.
I don't get involved with that, Chair. It would be for member services and the Constitution. I'll just turn up when I'm told to.
I think the legal advisor said they had the reason, if they would be able to provide that.
I don't have the, I just asked before this meeting, I asked Thomas was the proper procedure followed, and I got the answer from Thomas that it was. I'm not the proper officer, so that's not my procedure to follow. So, but he did confirm that that the proper procedure for a key decision in this case had been followed.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Jack.
Chair.
Yes, Councillor Easton.
I'm not satisfied on that point. I think that we should actually be shown the evidence of the proper process having been followed, not just being told that it has. So I'm sorry if I've missed something in the discussion there, but yeah, I think we need to be shown how the proper procedure was followed. It did not appear on the forward plan. for December. That's a document that I look at and rely on a monthly basis. And this urgency, I would want to see the evidence of that, which I don't think we've seen.
Thank you. Councillor Curran, do you want to come back for this answer?
I'm not involved in that process.
Thank you. So who was involved in this process? Councillor Thomas Ribbert. Okay. Jessica, do you have any evidence?
All I can say is, reading from this notice, which is signed by Thomas, 14th of December, the decision falls within the special exemption provisions under the regulations, because the decision relates to approvals required to facilitate the purchase of residential properties from several developments at significant discount to their market levels. The council require early committee approval to secure these purchases and to remove them from the market. Developers' acceptance of the council's officers for these properties are at risk of withdrawal if these approvals are delayed beyond the end of December. In the current property and financial markets, this would delay the housing of households to whom the council has rehousing duties and who are currently housed within unsuitable temporary accommodation. So I think the key here is about the risk of withdrawal and the developer's acceptance of the council's offers. So I think that's the text.
So, Chair, I'm only going by.
Sorry, if I might finish.
Yes.
I do believe, Chair, that under this procedure, you as the Chair of Overview and Scrutiny are consulted on it, on these notices that Thomas deals with.
I'm not too sure, Jessica, but if there is any evidence of that, there were email sent to me, or that is the normally process that in case of this situation, OSC chair need to be consulted. So if there is evidence of it, that's what they.
It says, if I may, Chair, the proper officer has informed the chairman of the relevant Overview and Scrutiny Committee. So that's what it says in the notice.
So what date was this?
Notice is dated 14th of December.
14th of December. Ms. Councillor Eason, you've got the same. I've sent you the same.
Sorry, Chair. Just a question to follow up on my question, if that's okay.
Can I just say, Jessica, have you got any evidence before you that which satisfy the committee at all that all the process was followed what it need to at all?
So I've got this certificate which has been published, and I've got the and I checked the position with Thomas before the meeting. So, and I've sent you the email. I sent the email from Thomas to myself to you. I asked the question: was the key decision procedure, was the proper procedure followed?
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Eason.
Yeah, could I just ask where that notice was published, because I can't see it on the council meeting calendar, or I can't see where that is published. So I understand the point that it was taken under urgency and that would have been circulated to certain members, but in terms of visibility in the public domain, where would that have been?
Chair, can I just come in?
Yes, please.
Can I ask through you, if there's no more questions for Peter and I, that we leave the meeting? Is that okay? And we look forward to hearing the results of your deliberations.
If you just bear with me, Councillor Curran. Members, do you have any question for Councillor Curran or Peter?
Sorry, I would prefer it if Councillor Curran, as the lead member, doesn't mind staying for the questions that have been raised, because I think it's important as the lead member to know what the process is and what's happening. In terms of the officer, I don't have any qualms or issues with him if he needs to excuse himself. And I would like to follow up on my point when you get to it, please, Chair.
Chair, I've already gone on an hour longer than I agreed I would, and I was happy to help the committee. These are questions for Thomas Rivets and member services. It was no good shaking your head, Joanna. I don't know the answers. You can ask me the questions. I wouldn't know. I expect officers to follow their duties and what their responsibilities. So I have to take the advice of the legal officer. So I can't answer your questions. I don't know. So unless there's any questions relevant to the call-in, I'd like for Peter and I to be able to leave.
Chair, I have to I'm sorry, Chair. I'm not going to be ticked off for shaking my head. He doesn't know what I was shaking my head at. It was actually about availability, not the answer. And so I do not want another public ticking off from somebody which is unfairly made. It's inappropriate in such a senior committee.
Sorry, I can't. Councillor Curran, would you mind to just hold on a sec and let Councillor Jessica, do you have any further comment or answer what Councillor Eason has raised at all? What he's suggesting, what he's asking for, any notice published at all?
So they're published on the council's website, Councillor Malik.
Thank you. Councillor Eason, is that all right?
Yeah, I'll take it offline.
Thank you. Thank you, very helpful. Councillor Chowdhury was asked me before, and then the last question, Councillor Mashizo, again for you, and that would be it, and then we will retire for decision. Councillor Chowdhury.
Thank you, Chair. So my question is around the urgency of the decision. So as we know, with one of the sites, in fact, it's 164 flats that aren't even built yet and won't be built until 2021, or start building until 2021 and not completed until 2024. I'm not sure what the urgency was on that particular site. There doesn't seem to be any urgency considering it hasn't even come to planning. On the other two, it might be worth requesting information on the basis of what the urgency was and what the decision was then therefore made to act in an urgent manner and to apply the policy of making an urgent decision, because it doesn't seem like the information is there or that the facts are there.
Thank you. Councillor Curran, do you want to answer?
Yeah, I mean, Peter's already explained about commercial sensitivities and the fact if we don't buy them, someone else will. We're well aware of how difficult the housing market is, but I'm sure we can get some written responses to that question, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Curran. Is that all right, Councillor Chowdhury, a written response to what your question?
Definitely. Thank you.
Thank you.
If it's a full response, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. I will ask Councillor Curran to ensure that the full detailed answer.
Unless Peter's got a fuller answer now, I don't know.
Is it Peter here?
I'm happy for it to be in writing.
No,
it's commercially sensitive.
Through you, unless Peter can give a fuller answer now, that will save more time.
Councillor Curran, we are really short of time. We've well gone over the time.
Do you would prefer a written answer?
No, it's not me prefer, it's Councillor Chowdhury.
Yeah, what I'm saying, we could give a verbal answer now. If that's possible.
A written answer would be preferred if that's possible, Chair, considering the time, and we need to report back to the public as well, so it's not fair to make them wait so long.
Thank you. Is that all right, Councillor Curran?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for your help. Councillor Mashizo, that would be.
Chair, yeah, mine's last, and mine is a point of order. Then, Chair, just for the record, this is a public meeting, and I would like to put on record that as scrutiny panel members, too often we are facing officers unfairly because officers do a good job, a diligent job, and they are being quizzed unnecessarily in these cases. If a lead member has the ability to lead a group, a political group or a section, they should also, within their remit, be able to stand here in front of us and answer questions without reference to the officers. Yes, they can help, the officers can help come in whenever they can, but in today's meeting, I think the majority of the questions have been answered by the officer, not the lead member. There is no real leadership there whatsoever. I'm sorry to make political points, but that is the facts.
If I could respond to that.
Councillor Karan, just bear with me. Councillor Mashid, so I think Councillor Karan has made an effort to answer all those questions which possibly he could. I think, and also he stayed behind to answer the question, and that shows his commitment for OSC member to make him available, even though he had a meeting and another meeting, and he held back to make sure that he is there before committee to answer those. So with that, can I ask Councillor Karan if he want to answer?
Well, I'm sorry that Councillor Shisho has brought politics into this. He mentioned the word, I didn't. What's disappointing, as I said right at the beginning, but you as an experienced chair now of Overview and Scrutiny, and when I was the chair of Overview and Scrutiny for a year, the chairs pride themselves on being non-political, and you've heard a political statement from Councillor Masiso. It is absolutely normal practice for cabinet members or other councillors to seek the support of officers. Normal practice. You've already heard that from Jessica Farmer. So there's nothing unusual. It's normal practice. Normal practice.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add, it's a shame that he's brought politics into the end of this. I know it's been a difficult meeting. It was quite difficult for us all in the beginning. It's got a bit touchy at the end, but I think we got through some really good work in the middle that we'll all benefit from. So I'm grateful to all the committee for their hard work and support. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Karan. Appreciate that, sir. I think the process what we followed, and all the committee and Councillor Chowdhury contribution and Councillor Karan stayed behind to ensure that the committee has the answer what they asked for. It shows that how the integral part of OSC is for the council. That is really excellent sign of the way in which council works, and OSC how they are critical friend to the decision maker. And with that, I'm so grateful that the way in which we've been seen, and I personally recognize the OSC, their question, their all the way they perceive their question, and Councillor Karan, the way he makes sure he is available to answer all these questions. Really good work. Appreciate that all, and I recognize as a chair the way in which we perceive all the committee, and also the officers, how they are dedicated. The work they've been doing for the committee is far behind what we expect for the call-in after call-in over a period. So I think it's a lot of good work is going on. So with that, can I ask the committee to retire for the decision? And Councillor Karan, if you can stay behind for decision, that will be appreciated. But if you have to go, if you have to leave, you can, but the committee will retire now for their consideration. And this, if you can not stay and you have to go, then we will put forward decision before you to consider.
Yeah, unfortunately I can't, but thank you for asking. I look forward to hearing your decision in due course.
Thank you, Councillor Karan, for being
and recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Karan. Appreciate that. And Councillor Rajwat as well. He was here all the time to support. Thank you. So with that, can I ask committee, Councillor Grewal, do you have any?
Chair, before you ask us to retire, I just want to thank you as chair tonight. There were some turbulent moments, but you're incredibly professional and you steered it in the right direction. So many thanks to you on behalf of myself and hopefully the rest of the committee as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that, all your contribution towards the decision before us. So can I ask member to ensure come off this meeting and join the new meeting, I believe, or I don't know, can you please, Taru, put us through that, whether we have to come off the meeting and join the another one, or shall we continue and retire?
Thank you, Chair. The meeting with Overview and Scrutiny is held in private. It's private deliberation, so all members need to leave this meeting. This meeting will continue to run. So for members of the public, they can continue to watch this meeting, and the Chair and the committee will return after their deliberations back to this meeting to announce their decision.
Thank you. Thank you, Saru. Just OSCE members that will retire from here and join another meeting. So thank you.
Chair, could I just ask you, how long would it normally take? So if people want to know a outcome, when should they log back on?
We will do our best as much we can, but we have to consider all the evidence put forward before us and prepare our recommendation with the support of officer to make sure that they are properly recommendation for a cabinet or decision maker to consider. Therefore, we cannot say how long it will take, but we will do our best as quick as possible.
Is there any way to inform people to let them know?
You may wait, entirely up to you, but I'm sure we will do our best to as quick as possible. But if you want to wait, you can.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So can I ask members to retire and join the next meeting, and then we'll come back in this meeting. Thank you.
Hello, councillors. We made it back.
Hello, hello, hello.
We come from one side of the universe to another, or something.
Yeah, bit of a walk. You know.
Never quite know if we're going to make it back.
Yeah, I reckon someone's going to struggle.
It was a long walk, you know, Shisha.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I think we're live, so.
Just going to say, I'll just remind you it's live.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad it is live. It's good to see we've all worked really hard, guys. It's almost 10 o'clock, so. Actually, it is 10 o'clock.
Chair, you're muted.
Hi, Taru. Can you check everybody's in the meeting?
Chair, I believe they are.
Oh, thank you. Can I say thank you for anybody who was waiting for our decision. So after consideration of the call-in and the evidence, the Overview Scrutiny Committee has decided to refer that decision back to the committee for reconsideration within 5 working days. So decision that the AHC approved the following purchase scheme to be included within the approved council housing and building. So number 1 is inadequate consultation with stakeholder prior to decision. Number 2 is inadequate evidence on which a base is decision. Number 3, contrary to the budget or policy framework. Number 4, key decision but not treated as such. Number 5, insufficient consideration of legal or financial advice. And we would also recommend that officer work to make the forward plan and any exemption notices more visible. So with that, can I finish with the agenda item 4, which is any other matter that the chair consider urgent, which that's none. Date of the next meeting, there will be probably 2nd February 2021. With that, can I say thank you for being present at the meeting? And with that, can I close the meeting with a lot of thanks to my OSCE member, officers, everybody who have contributed to the meeting, and member of the public, anyone who was watching till this point. With that, thank you very much.
May I ask a question, Chair, if that's okay?
Who is there?
Oh, it's Councillor Chowdhury. Sorry, I haven't got my camera on. Just realised.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Yes, please.
There are a couple of documents that were agreed to be sent. I'm not sure what the process is in terms of if they need to be formed as part of your report back, or if it's considered as part of the minutes.
So can I ask Taru to take into account what Councillor Chowdhury has said? Can you ensure that she was passed on the what documents what was asked for, please? Is that all right, Taru?
Yeah, so the document you're referring to is the draft heads of terms, and then that was the response on the wait, let me just find it. It was the, sorry, I've just got in my document, a response to the last question. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, Chair. Unsa, did you also ask in the beginning for reports and minutes?
So
and,
can I?
They were part of the list, but the ones that Tara just mentioned were the ones that were agreed in the meeting. So if I could have those, thank you.
Thank you. With that, thank you very much, everyone. Councillor Chowdhury, thank you for waiting for that long. Appreciate that. And as I said, with that, thank you to all officer or scrutiny member again. Have a good night, good rest. And Jessica, special thanks to you if you are present. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.